Bondary. I'm CFO and partner for Unit City Innovation Park in Kyiv, and today I have a great honor to run this panel. And we appreciate George Carlin for his speech. Before starting this panel, we have to admit that we don't share all the ideas of this comedian, though he is good in some points, definitely. Today we'll be speaking about financing the future and money for sustainable development. And I guess this is one of the most important panel at KIEF International Economic Forum, because it doesn't make sense how much money we have, how successful our businesses are, and what are the policies we're implementing if we will fail to tackle the global changes and if the planet will fail to keep our population. It will not make any sense. So the modern world tackles unprecedented changes, economic, social, environmental, and technological, and of course, biological, as you know. And extensive financial support is needed to tackle all those changes. And experts estimate that we will need, for the next decades, $5 trillion annually to tackle those issues. And inaction, if we do nothing, will cost us much, much more. In addition to the changing of paradigm, mental models, and many policies, the implementation of those changes will require resources. And the question is where we'll get those resources and how we will use those resources. Because investment, loan, grants, impact financing, and even money emission is in our arsenal. And we are going to discuss all the options which is currently available for the world, for developing economies and for developed economies. And for that reason, let me introduce our honorable speakers. And please give your warm welcome to Mr. Jean-Jacques Salacrou from European Investment Bank, Deputy Head and Corporate Finance Division, and he is an urban planner, as we know, for French Ministry of Public Works. Thank you for coming. I also introduce Stefan Brandhammer, the member of the board of Trustee of World Academy of Arts and Science, full international member of Club of Rome, and he is also the author of the book Financing Our Future. If you haven't read it, please, that's the book to read. We are also welcome to the panel Vera Economou. She is ECG Group Competence Center Lead Coordinator for Sustainable Development, and she is also working for Raiffeisen Bank, as far as I know. And Vera is responsible to managing green and social loan portfolios that supports Raiffeisen Bank. In this modern world, limited by some consequences of pandemic, we have two speakers joining us remotely. Please welcome Yelena Baitsun, Investment Director for Central and Eastern Europe for Luminate Fund. She is with us, and you will be surprised to know that Olena holds the title of Woman International Master in Chess. And the last but not least, Matteo Patrone, EBRD Managing Director, and he is responsible for the bank's operation and policy engagement initiatives in Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Moldova, and of course Ukraine, and they give, I guess, $2 billion annually to this region, so they know very well what's happening and where to put money on. I would encourage you to send questions through Telegram. Probably we'll have a couple of questions at the end, but there is a Telegram bot which you can use to send questions, and we are welcome open discussion. We'll try not to make it as a speeches on specific topics, but rather open discussion. So I would encourage speakers to ask questions to each other, be provocative, keep the rule, protect yourself all the time. And I'll just give you a couple of facts which you might know, but they're just shocking. Just recently, a couple of weeks ago, the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Gutierrez, said that we don't have time and we have to act now. 25% of cities now have troubles with water, and the situation will get worse and worse. It is predicted that by 2050, 5 billion of people will have problems accessing the drinkable water. the number and scale of natural disasters has increased by 25% for the last decade, only comparing to the 80s or 90s. And the fossil fuel, which we now use for energy production for 84%, provides 75% of carbon footprint. And it's been admitted, you may say it's not, but let's challenge that we will not be able to have this 1.5 Celsius temperature increase by end of century. Most likely, we'll have it by 2.7, 2.6 Celsius by the end of the century, which is absolutely not enough and not sustainable for the humanity development. So let me start the session with a quick question just to warm up. And the first one will be for Stefan. Why are we in this situation? I know that you are a professor and you can answer each question by like giving a lecture, but trying to be short, why humanity is in this situation? What is the major reason we stuck in this issue, in this trouble?
No? Here we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just for the protocol, do you want me to show my slides right now, or should we just discuss in an interactive way? I want to make sure that everybody's happy here in the room.
You know, everyone is happy because we have George Carlin before, but we have this movie which we will show in specific.
Well, short answer, you know, if you're involved in the development sustainability debate, we've been discussing changes in population growth. We've been discussing demographic parameters. We've been discussing lifestyle changes, like buying a veggie burger or riding a bike. We've been discussing changes in governance and technology. But we've been missing since 50 years. Since the Club of Rome report been published in 1972, actually, to discuss the dynamic and the impact of the monetary system and the financial system on whether we're able to go towards a sustainable green path or not. That's a short answer to a complex question.
Thank you so much. Let me come back to bankers then, because you mentioned the financial system. Signor Matteo, do you agree that financial system is guilty for, or better say, the modern capitalism system is guilty for the way we developed as a humanity for the last 100 of years, and the financial system is guilty for the issues which we have now?
I think we are all guilty. Definitely the financial system. Can you hear me?
Badly. We need to increase level of sound, or you can speak louder.
Well, I can shout here, but I'm afraid.
Now it's great.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No, I was saying that I think we are all guilty. We all contributed to the problem. But I'm more interested about what we can do to contribute to the mitigation of the problem now, and what we can contribute to the partial resolution of the problem. I think one of the things you said is very much true, is these estimates about what is needed to mitigate the issue in terms of financing sustainable development and achieving the SDGs in 2030 is any number between $4 and $7 trillion each year. And if you look at what people like us, EIB, international financial institutions, and overseas development programs run by governments can put on the table, is no more than 1 trillion per year. So clearly, the financial sector and the private sector in general has to chip in somehow, and that's where impact investing should play a role. And there is an estimate I read a few days ago that there are about $27 trillion sitting in cash, in low-yielding bonds, or actually negative-yielding bonds. That is dead money, really, that can be much more productively put at use to tackle the issue. Now, there are a number of actors, private actors that we know, asset managers that are active and getting increasingly active in the sector, family offices, endowments, insurance companies, and so on. So for people like BlackRock, Aviva, UBS are looking at the problem. I think the question here is to ensure that there is, we go beyond the lack of standards and lack of transparency, and we make sure that the momentum is not lost, and this sort of financing and this asset class of impact investment becomes a mainstream investment flow.
Thank you, Matteo. So what I heard from you is that you are not taking responsibility for the banks, saying that the banks are guilty. No, the banks have solutions, and we'll talk about solutions definitely later. We're not there yet for the solutions.
I think we need to take responsibility. I think we need to take responsibility for what has brought us here, but we need to take responsibility for solving the problem, and that is probably a more constructive way of approaching the issue.
Thank you so much. Let me come back to Jean-Jacques, putting the question another way. Is economic models are guilty, or our values as a humanities are not right? Let's put it this way.
Well, I would say, well, first, thank you for inviting us today. It's been such a relief to be, it is such a relief to be in the real world after more than a year of being stuck at home, talking to screens and being, cut from the reality. So this is a real pleasure. But that being said, I think if we are responsible for something, we're responsible for not being creative enough, not being smart enough. And that has been going on for years. And today with this pandemic, we have to think differently. In fact, we have to think smart money versus dumb money, if I could say. The thing is that we have been always working with financial models, with an approach to investment, an approach to support for the sustainability that is very traditional. So we are guilty of being too traditional. And the next step and the wake-up call of this pandemic is to try to think differently, to bring new models, to be able to leverage and being accountable. This is very interesting because recently I had a discussion with my daughter. She's only 16, but this is this new generation, the Gen X, as we say. They are extremely cynical, so I can tell you this. She is my most critical person that I know, so she's ready to beat me every time on every discussion. But what she wants to see is accountability. She wants to have purpose. This is the new generation, and we, as adults, as the ones who are creating the world of tomorrow, for our kids, we have to be creative.
Thank you. I guess your daughter is watching this panel, and thank you for taking part of the responsibility. I think she's making applause now. I know that as a rule, the women are more responsible, less risk, I would say, more risk adverse, and they tend to take less risky decision. And for that reason, let me ask questions for two ladies, starting from Yelena and then to Vera. What scares you the most in current situation? What are the most threats which on personal level makes you feel discomfortable?
Thank you, Kirill, and I hope you can hear me fine. So the sound check. I think it's a very important discussion, and if to answer your question directly about what could be the biggest risk, it's actually the lack of inclusivity in all these processes. That's why I would just really mildly object of having these questions for female or male, just because I think we are still discussing this from finance perspective as managers and professionals. And I personally am very lucky to have already 6 years of experience of impact investing, and I feel privileged in this regard because I understand that when I started and joined it in 2016, it was still a very much subject to develop. So I'm extremely happy and thankful that we can have this discussion now. just to have also the practical solutions, maybe how we can apply them for Ukraine, for Central and Eastern Europe region, but also globally.
Thank you. Vera, you don't look like a scared person.
No.
But the things we're discussing are quite important. I mean, it's a question of our children and grandchildren. It's a question of the next generation. Is there anything which really, scare you, bother you, strikes your attention?
Yes, I would say the main thing which is really puts me on alert is that we all understand that climate change trend is here and it's not changing. You absolutely put it correctly that the climate, the temperatures are rising, and we, humanity, our economic models, which are based on the constant GDP growth, and this GDP growth is because of the resources used, and we don't have planet B, and we all understand this. It's not only our kids, because my kids are the same generation, they are 21 and 23, and they also come and say me, Mom, your behavior is unsustainable. That's because our education never put it on us, that we should recycle our waste, and we produce on average 2 kilograms of waste in developed countries. What happens to this waste? I also read some statistics in Ukraine, and the waste is rather thrown on a land without recycling. So that's one thing that we need to address already today with the small steps of transition. Then the next one is the energy use, fossil fuels. When we studied, for example, 35 years ago in school geography, it was said that fossil fuels are enough for 50 years. 35 years passed, so what happens next? And it's clear that we need to start this transition. And as the banks, we're important stakeholder in the whole society to create this impact, because before, when we gave money to our customers, we only asked the financials, right? We never cared what exactly the customer is doing. So if a customer is going and building up a nice greenhouse with a low energy consumption, it's exactly for us the same risk as if a customer goes and drills Arctic ice, right? So the purpose of lending was not of our focus, but this has to change, and it has to change today because we don't have planet B. And this is what scares me, what happens if after all these discussions, we do nothing.
Thank you so much. I would shortly share what scares me a lot. I was presented by my friend this book. It calls Limits to Growth. Well known, right? They published it in 50 years ago for 30 million books, 50 years ago. What they said in that book is that, well, I'm happy it's more popular than Harry Potter and Agatha Christie. That's at least some, give us some hope. And they said that the growth of economy will be limited or will stabilize in 50 years, which is 2020. We are now in 2021, and the growth has not stopped. In 1980, we've been breaking the limit of kind of equilibrium between the planet and humanity. So now we are living using resources in such a way that we have 1.5 planet. I guess in 10, 15 years, we'll be using resources in a such scale as we have 2 planets. And the developing economy is just living this economy at a greater speed. And developing countries would like to catch up. So the question, how do we deal with carbon footprint and resources usage? How do we survive on this planet? And the issues raised 50 years ago never been addressed till the full scale. So that's come to the next question. We said that we'll need money to change the whole system. But traditional economic cycle, the traditional economy is not providing the answers. So we'll have to change it, replace it, reinvent it. I mean, we'll have to do something. So in another 50 years from now, we'll have some results. And that's a major question for this panel. And before coming to that, let's take a look on your video. If we can put it on.
Maybe I get the slides first, and I run through 2 slides, and then
you said you had 100 slides, right?
I have 2 slides. I have 2 slides. I have to show them some slides. I'm sorry. When you're in academics and a professor, you always run into lecturing mode. You got to stand this for the next 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, just 5 minutes.
Fine, but that's going to be check questions at the end, so listen carefully. It's going to be exam.
Okay, look at this graph. This is the CO2 level in the atmosphere over the last 200 years. Look only after the last 50 years. And the last 50 years show you that there's no change. Since the Club of Rome report from 1972, what you see is there's no change. You cannot even significantly measure the impact of Paris. The same is true for the living planet. This is the index which measures the loss of biodiversity. No real change. You know, the World Academy met in 2015 after the UN SDGs got signed in, and we tried to come up with the question, we all want the UN SDGs as a roadmap, basically all of us, but we missed out to answer the question, how are we going to finance all this, right? Roughly. And finance is different. Financing in the Anthropocene is going to be different. How can we hedge planetary risks and fund all these unmet challenges ahead? And how can we come up with a feasible approach beyond getting lost in regulatory incrementals on one side and metaphysic debates about what the money is and what the world should look like? I would like to show you a video, 5 minutes, and then we go into discussion, okay?
Imagine our world in 15 years. We reach the Sustainable Development Goals. We have stopped climate change, saved our planet, and overcome major social challenges at the same time. It's possible. We already have the scientific evidence, the technology, and the political consensus. The only thing we need is the money to make it happen. $4 to $5 trillion annually over the next 15 years, earmarked. First, let's look at our current financial system. Central banks create money precisely where the entire global value chain starts. This value chain has to jump multiple hurdles like ongoing pandemics, species extinction, the increasing carbon bubble, and other catastrophes, which are costs that keep the entire value chain functioning. In addition, the shadow economy, which is fraught with scams, corruption, illicit transactions, and money laundering, is feeding that value chain and pulling it in the wrong direction. At the bottom of that value chain, we tax our economic activities and transfer that tax money towards the SDGs. This so-called end-of-pipe financing is too slow and too little in volume to finance our future, and it can't invest in risky green projects or serve the general interest and our common good. Besides, we don't want to privatize our entire world. Commons require a different monetary approach. We have to learn to think differently. Traditionally, finance drives sustainability. It should be the other way around. Sustainability drives finance. We identify the challenges and create the most innovative financial assets and bodies to solve these challenges. So, what is the solution? We create a parallel financial system based on a blockchain-built cryptocurrency. This way, we would have enough money to invest in projects that support the SDGs. The beauty of such a parallel system stems from the fact that it is able to shift our entire society towards a greener, more sustainable future. How does it work? The currency can be issued by central banks or regulated private agents. The use of the money will be determined by the SDGs. These will be shaped into concrete guidelines and stored in the currency itself as a smart contract, the blockchain, a distributive ledger technology. The smart contract doesn't allow the money to be used in any other way than that defined in the smart contract. Also, transactions will be stored in the blockchain. No manipulation is possible. Therefore, no greenwashing, corruption, shadow economy, fraud, or theft. We create millions of green and fair jobs at the same time. The best thing, this is much faster than other solutions. We can put it up in less than 18 months with a staff of fewer than 200. In the past, our financial system had been stumbling from crisis to crisis. We should have a financial system that serves the common good, not itself. For that reason, we need a two-pronged currency system. With the additional green cryptocurrency, our financial system would rely on two pillars instead of just a single, unstable one. If done in the right way, it operates in an anti-cyclical and anti-inflationary fashion and makes the system more resilient. It generates circular and more regional economies. With this financial mechanism in place, we create unlimited opportunities. It will allow us to non-disruptively hedge, fund, and transit our society towards a more sustainable future, for fairer profits, healthier people, and for the entire planet. Ask your government officials, how do you want to finance the SDGs in the next 15 years? If the answer is unsatisfactory, then tell them there is an alternative available. Think outside the box. Unleash the sleeping giant of a parallel SDG cryptocurrency. Questions?
I have one. Thank you, Stefan, for this inspiring video. Thank you. That's a solution, right? That's a solution as you see. Can you just briefly say, for those who are not familiar with cryptocurrency, you're proposing to create a parallel system to the existing financial system?
Some add-ons. You know, this is not a freaky thing of some fellows of the World Academy thinking about some stuff. This is happening already. This is happening already in front of your eyes. 2.2 trillion asset capitalization in the cryptocurrency market is already happening. 55 central banks are operating with so-called central bank digital currencies exactly with that technology. And if you add that technology with blockchain-associated algorithms, you can create the required smart liquidity you were talking about, targeted to the SDGs or targeted to the investments we want to have, generating exactly the forms of revenues, exactly the forms of future we want to have. This, or a very similar mechanism to this, and if I had 2 hours, I could be more precise about it, is going to be the social mechanism required in order to finance our future. Thank you so much.
Lena, let me come back to you. I know that you are an expert and your fund is expert in investment, in smart investment, in sustainable investment. What do you see? What would be the solution? Would you share the ideas of Stefan, or maybe you have your specific recipe to save the planet?
Yeah, thank you, Kirill. Just maybe share with the audience. So Luminate is a fund which is set up by Media, the founder of eBay. And Media is actually one of the people who is targeting and pushing impact investing worldwide for more than 15 years now. So I'm glad that we have this experience also for Ukraine and Southeastern Europe. And regarding this video, I find it really fascinating. And again, I can only stress how important it is for us to have this discussion about different ways of financing. I still think that we have enough resources even without additional ways of cryptocurrencies, because there is massive resources worldwide available for different projects. And I do hope that it's possible to target them as well for this kind of needs for funds, for anything. And I also would love to stress that for any impact investing initiatives or anything that deals with sustainable development, it's extremely important to have co-funders and what I call diversity of capital. And I think this is also what we discuss now. We have representatives of different types of capitals, private, state, banking, and it's important to understand that we should be aligned. I think that specifically, maybe my question also to Stefan in this regard will be, if this new currency, will it be set only by governments, or will it be also the way for private capital to take participations in? I saw the role of civil society to play in this regard. So this type of initiatives, in my view, would be really the most effective and profits. It will be really shared participation for all, and of course shared responsibility for all as well.
Thank you, Lena. We'll save that question. We'll save that question to answer later. Coming back to the bankers, to Matteo. I know that your bank is deeply involved in that, and you're not just giving money. You're not giving money for coil or things which are kind of old technology, and you're not giving money if the borrower doesn't meet specific requirements. Can you elaborate on that? What is the strategy of EBRD?
With pleasure. Maybe if you allow me just 1 minute before I delve further on what the EBRD does and what is the approach of the EBRD. I actually found the video really fascinating and really interesting. As I said before, I think that indeed there are enough resources in the private sector already, but I also buy completely into the idea that we need to think laterally and out of the box. So I don't know whether cryptocurrency and blockchain managed by authorities will be the answer or will be part of the answer, but clearly is not something that we should be neglecting. Now, going to the BRD, we could be part of the solution. Actually, the BRD, by definition, is a sustainable development financing institution. This is part of our mission. And if you look at the strategy of the BRD in the next 5 years, the 3 pillars that on which our strategy hinges is green transition, so climate change mitigation, digitalization, and equality of opportunities. And all what we do year in, year out, and we invest about 10 billion euros in our country's operation is about that. All our projects as of next year need to be Paris aligned. 50% of our projects need to have a component of climate mitigation, which means either generation in renewable energy or energy efficiency or resource efficiency and so on and so forth. But that obviously is not enough. As I was saying before, even the collective group of IFIs, and among them there are some, including EIB, that are much bigger than us, could put no more than 1 trillion euro per year at work, and that is not sufficient, clearly. So I would agree with the speaker who preceded me that we need to have a concerted action of governments, multilateral institutions, civil society, and in particular private institutions, private investors in this effort. If I can, if I can spend another 30 seconds on how we could work together, my sense is that government, rather than chipping in money, should make sure that there are the right regulatory conditions for the private investors to be willing and to invest in sustainable development. If you take, for instance, renewable energy, in a number of countries, including, unfortunately, Ukraine, we have seen a reversal and retroactive change of remuneration of investments in the renewable energy sector. In Ukraine only, there have been, over the years, about $1 billion of investments in renewable energy. And these $1 billion have been put in jeopardy by the unilateral change of feed-in tariff and remuneration scheme. Now, things are probably going to be solved in the next few months with the issuance of green bonds and the definition of a sustainable and cost-reflective tariff. But this is where I would like to see governments to pay attention to, rather than intervening directly in the financing of sustainable development. And then, again, there is the private sector. There are corporates that need to change their culture, and indeed, corporate governance that should focus more on stakeholders management rather than on shareholders management is a big part of that. And people like the daughter of Jean-Jacques and others that hold us accountable and drive the shift of culture of consumption is a crucial element in this effort.
Thank you, Matteo. Jean-Jacques, you've been mentioned a couple of times by Matteo, and also we know that EIB is the largest financial institution in the world, right? You are bigger than World Bank, so naturally you would take more responsibility. What?
I'm responsible only to my daughter.
Not personally, not personally, because today you speak for the institution, but what are the plans at EIB?
Well, I don't want to repeat what Matteo has been saying very clearly and much smartly than me, but I would like to because our institutions are completely aligned. The EIB last year has been lending 70 billion, and it's true that the proportion of climate change action is huge. And next year we will be aiming at 50%, same as EBRD. So we are very, very coordinated in this approach. But I would like to get rather to your point. I fully subscribe the idea of having blockchain and cryptocurrency to finance the new investments. However, my concern is not on the ways to finance this, but rather on finding the smart investments. This is, again, I would like to come back to the point of accountability, measurable impact. This is the way of the future. You know, when the European Union starts to talk about connectivity instead of infrastructure, this means a lot. It's a very deep change of culture. You don't think about infrastructure in a way of usage. You think about infrastructure in a way of user experience, if I make this analogy. You don't want to invest into, like in Ukraine, you don't want to invest into redoing the pavement of a road, where at the same time the trucks are weighted and within 2 years it will be destroyed. So you want to invest into weight station, and then your infrastructure will last longer. And then you can measure the impact. And then you can be accountable to your investors, and investors can be either institutions, either the government, or the individuals. Matteo was mentioning trillions and trillions of money sitting there, liquidity available, but how to mobilize it is by being accountable and having smart investments, in my opinion.
Yeah, super. I mean, these are these topics that gets me up at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know. It's so super exciting. 2 comments. First, look at the private cash purse, right? From the data perspective, 85% globally, 85% of all assets under management, liquid and illiquid, are privatized already. 85%. Do we really want to mobilize even more of that in order to privatize our global commons? We should not. I'm not arguing about restructuring the private sector to become greener. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. UN SDGs, about 2/3 of UN SDGs are global commons. We agreed on in 2015. So we agreed on. We're not starting the debate again whether we want the UN SDGs or not. We agreed on. So, but 2/3 of them are global commons. Means like fresh air, or access to the healthcare system, or access to a kindergarten, or overcoming poverty. I do not want to privatize fresh air, really not. However, the private sector has a lot to do in their own business, and partly coming up with PPPs and blended finance, et cetera, between the commons and the private sector. Second, to your comment on taxonomy and how to measure all that stuff. Of course, We've been having this debate about taxonomy since about 35 years, coming up with the right frame, where to invest, and what is green and what is not green. I've been involved in that debate since 35 years. And I tell you what's going to happen, and which had happened and will happen. The corporate people, the Vatican, the politicians and the NGOs sitting around the table and discussing what is green. And the Vatican is going to tell you, definitely no porn. And the French people are going to tell you everything but surely nuclear power. And the Polish people are going to tell you fossil for sure, but with the filter. And the NGO sector will tell you none of them. And you're going to debate another 30 years on what's green and what is not green. It's a nice academic debate, right? It's an important academic debate, but we don't get it down to the road. We need a different approach for that.
Thank you. Vera, coming to you, you've been listening carefully and wisely for bankers discussing what we need to save the planet. What is your recipe?
I would say in terms of liquidity, currently we have plenty of liquidity, especially in European Union after COVID situation. There were a lot of quantitative easing. In June, Raiffeisen Bank International, we issued a green bond in Austria, attracting 500 million to finance green real estate, clean transportation, and renewable energy projects, which we have. And I must say that the order book, because I was talking to investors, was 5 or 6 times more than we wanted. So to me, this is an indicator that liquidity is not an issue. What I see as an issue, first of all, the mindset, which we all have to change in the financial sector and really look at the purpose of what we are giving money for. And second, to be really careful to label what's green and what is not green, because greenwashing is now creeping in our transactions, and there will be more and more customers, although EU taxonomy may be a question, but this is going to be our standard, and starting from 2023, the large multinational corporates in European Union will need to report their turnover and their activities aligned with the EU taxonomy. And this is also applies, for example, for large Ukrainian producers like cement or aluminum or steel suppliers to European Union, that they will also need to disclose if they meet minimum social safeguards, do not significant harm objectives, and compliance with the EU taxonomy. So for us, it's a first step to go for, but what we really need is to remove all this kind of shadows of green and really decide on what is green, what is not, to enable the transition towards green. And of course, not to look only at green, but also at social, because we need to have a holistic view on the whole sustainability and financing of SMEs, financing of healthcare. We saw how much is needed, financing of education, not forgetting the inclusive finance, which is currently a huge gap. What IFC has estimated of $300 trillion of financing, for example, women in business. These are figures of 21st century, right? So we need to have a really holistic approach towards sustainable finance. We have to change the mindset. We have to move from just talking, walk the talk, and really implement it in the financial sector. And what I also want to highlight, for example, in RBI, we have committed in February this year to principles of responsible banking, and I really encourage all other banks to join this journey and commit to sustainable development goals, what was mentioned by my colleagues before. And also, if we decide that we stop financing thermal coal because it's clear that it's really polluting and it contributes heavily to greenhouse gas emissions, but it's not that happens that one bank is committed to stop financing, and then what happens to the customers? They go to another bank, and then they get financing. And this carbon leakage, that's the new term, I expect may happen when some customers from Western European countries will move to Eastern European countries to get the financing. And therefore, I really ask everyone, let's join our efforts to tackle the climate change issues and societal issues.
Thank you, Vera. You know, let me get further and dig on that holistic approach. Does anyone know what is prisoner's dilemma? That's, yeah, you know, you can read about that. It's like if we gather together and we agreed on the rule and we decided to play the rule and someone is cheating, then everyone will lose. So we have all the friends and respectable bankers on this panel, and everyone said that, yeah, we will follow the rule, we will save the planet. But then it comes to the economy, and one bank would say, you know, I'm interested in getting shareholder equity up and making some money. Disregard what others are doing. So someone will cheat, definitely. So my question is, and you are free to choose who would answer first, how do you balance the interest of government, corporates, including banks, and people? Because we are all in three roles, right? Government, corporates, and people. How do we unite, and how do we tackle this prisoner's dilemma that someone is not following the rule and, you know, trying to get his economy more successful, more productive? Like, I wouldn't point the names, but someone says that we will not limit the carbon footprint by 2050 or 2040. What other countries will have to respond? So please, how do we tackle the trust? Let's put it this way. Anyone? Because you're a professor.
I don't want to monopolize the entire debate here. I mean, financing of the past is not financing of the future. Okay, we agree on that.
But the rules are the same.
That's the problem.
Right? Everyone has paid.
In our mind, we think we have to come up with the smallest denominator between what the state is doing and what the market is doing. And I think this view, this narrative is wrong. There's a third player, and it's basically the central bankers and the regulators. If we had an expanded monetary mandate for central bankers, proactively, preventively providing liquidity through distributive ledger technology, enabling the state to do its business and enabling the market to do its business officially, we would be able to overcome this specific prisoner dilemma, and we would overcome the constraints of a smallest common denominator between the market and the state. If you want to know more about it, we need more formats to discuss this important topic. You know, if I only have 30 seconds on how to change the world, I need a little bit more time for that.
Unfortunately, it's always the case. You know, we have a couple of years to make changes. You know, to make changes. But anyone else? Because as I heard from you, there must be responsibility of central bank. They will do the job, they will take the lead, and the rest will just relax and will do whatever they're doing, throwing plastic or cans, as has been taught.
If I may, I have this vision that, in fact, accountability is becoming more and more real. Before, for many years, it was just a concept or a nice to have, and there was no real accountability. And again, going back to the idea of blockchain, ensuring that the accountability is measurable and it's true. That's the most important. And I see an evolution of the financing world where, in fact, you incentivize the good money, if I put it this way. This can only happen if you can trust the impact of what you're doing. And if you incentivize, let's say, for example, I want to lend to a company. If the company is providing a real impact that I can measure, I can give better money for them. And the investors will find a way to choose this business rather than another one, which previously was more profitable. So it's a whole thinking, it's a different way of thinking, but I really believe that, again, accountability, the real accountability will provide the necessary tools for people to invest. And again, our children will do that. When they will be hopefully wealthy enough to invest their money, then they will choose the companies that they like. You know, and they like the companies that will preserve their environment rather than the ones who will be polluting.
May I just add something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think non-financial disclosure regulation is a good framework here to have, first of all, standardized, be transparent on the impact, and be transparent in the way that it's clearly understood by investors and by other market participants. If it's some positive investment should be measured in a standardized units like CO2 emissions saved with this green investment, or if it's a social investment, then a number of people who are benefiting from these investments. Currently, we're really missing, when I look at the corporates and engage with them to reduce their carbon heavy impact of their activities, sometimes even their sustainability reports are not really clear. It seems that they do a good thing, but it's not clearly communicated, and this non-financial disclosure, that's something that I'm missing today.
Thank you, Vera. Coming to Yelena and Matteo, would you agree to the approach which Stefan proposed, that we all should, do whatever we can, but central banks should take the responsibility, and we will just lead or follow central banks? Anyway, let me put this question because, I have some rights here.
I like the provocative question. No, of course we don't agree, and I don't think Stefan meant really that. And I think we all agree that we really need an holistic approach to the issue. And we all, as much as we are all responsible, including the financial sector, for where we are, because we've been part of the system, we are all responsible to correct the direction of travel. And as it happens pretty often, I happen to be, again, in agreement with Jean-Jacques on the fact that there is a cultural shift, and that goes hand in hand with accountability. And I see that in a number of fronts. It's a process, of course, but I see the civil society taking more and more responsibility in terms of pattern of consumption, for instance. I see the corporate world taking more responsibility in terms of governance and stakeholders management, as I mentioned before. And I agree that the non-financial reporting it has to be part of that, but I think it is becoming part of that in a long-term process. And the financial industry is doing the same. There is a reason why green bonds are less expensive than normal bonds. So clearly also investors are paying more attention to these aspects. The question is, whether we are transparent enough, and the issue of greenwashing is a major issue. But the major question to me is, do we have enough time to run this learning curve in a few years? And that is probably, there is a need to accelerate the process.
Thank you, Matteo. Lena, coming back to you. You are a chess championship. You know how to make things, how to make strategies and make them work and leverage on that. Do you see the win-win strategy for the corporate sector, government, central banks, that we can, play this chess game and win at the end?
Thank you so much, Kirill. I really enjoy how you structure your questions, and in this regard, I should say, if to compare this to chess, that we definitely see that in the game of chess, resources are limited, and actually we also have the limited resources in terms of national resources. Although our finance resources, this is something that we can develop and scale, because this is something that humans develop in this regard. I should say that as practitioner, actually, when I was listening to this discussion, I do feel already on the daily basis everything that we discuss, how to jungle the different groups, including government, because we do operate private capital, but we still need to work with governments. We still need to have the projects to invest. And I would really to bring up also the risk of having enough projects of good quality to support on this. Because what we see, for example, in Central and Eastern Europe, that there is still lack of good projects to invest. And sometimes we can have money, but not really the teams to support in this regard. And in terms of how to manage this, I think this is what officially could be called art of management, or unofficially is ancient art of carrots and sticks. It's just like when you speak about the level of governments, it's definitely more carrots and sticks that governments have. And I do feel that actually there are quite enough of good initiatives now on intergovernmental level about how governments can work much more efficiently, having all the mechanisms and resources for this. For example, the recent proposal about targeting carbon emissions and somehow link it to international trade tariffs and everything. So I think we do have quite a lot of mechanisms in place. It's just like really how we define the different sets and structures of this. I also very much enjoy that we speak a lot about human nature in this regard, because it's still everything is made by human. And how much value we have in different decisions, this is actually how we also express ourselves. I think that we speak a lot about how our children will have the world, but it's actually something we can do also now ourselves. So we don't need to wait for someone to be better. We can also try to become better.
Thank you, Lena. I have a set of like 3 questions, which are kind of controversial, but I will ask for different people. The questions are, why can we fail in a thing which we are doing? What are the reasons which the major risk of us failing to do whatever we are committed? The second question would be, why we will not fail? And those questions will be for Vera and Olena. And the question for Stefan, which we will start with, would be, how much time do we have? But not in years, in generation. Definitely, it's not our problem, right? Because we live tremendous life. The sun is bright, the grass is green, and we're traveling, pandemic is over, the water is available. So let's be fair, we're enjoying life. Is it a problem of our children, grandchildren, or grandchildren, when everything gonna be, you know, not possible to get back?
Yeah, okay. It's a matter of the next decade, this decade.
You're saying it's my problem?
It's yes, it is. It's going to be also your problem. The pandemics, it's going to be your problem. And the biodiversity loss is going to be your and my problem too. I
was expecting another answer.
No. Do you know what the selection advantage of humans are? It's not the opposition of the thumb. It's not walking straight up. It's not emotions. It's not thinking. It's not living together in groups. It's none of this. You know what it is? Where we can fail and achieve? It's the ability to tell each other stories about something that doesn't exist in the real world. And up to now, we're still telling us the wrong story about the monetary system. If we change our mind with regard to the monetary narrative, we are going to change the world to the good or to the bad.
Thank you. A question to the bankers, sorry for torturing you. What are the like 2 or 3 points which will make us fail in achieving whatever we agreed today? Maybe Jean-Jacques, from you.
Well,
why we will fail?
I fail every day.
I fail every day. It's normal, we are together.
I fail every day by being caught into the nitty-gritty of the daily constraint. In fact, I suppose that we all face the same. We are into systems that prevent us to think creatively and to take risks. Because everybody, by human nature, we hate risk. So our responsibility, again, and the reason why we fail is that, in a way, we are comfortably sitting in our position, in our role, and not trying to move, to shake the tree, in fact. So in the banking sector, this is extremely, it's pushed to a level that is absolutely unimaginable, with all the regulation that is piling up every day, new ideas, new goodwill, as we say in French. I don't know the English the way of saying it, but the path to hell is paved with good intentions. This is exactly where we stand in the financial sector, in the banking sector. by wanting to do things too good, then we are prevented to do the things right.
Thank you. Matteo, coming back to you, Jean-Jacques said that we are comfortable enough to make changes, and that's the biggest threat. Would you agree on that? What is your outcomes? What are the biggest threats? Why we will fail?
I think it's what the statisticians call the type 2 error. We really don't know what we don't know. We tend to make mistakes on what we say, but we do not consider what is out there, and we don't really know. And that goes again on hand in hand with not being willing, not being able to think out of the box. And we are very much focused on what we know, on what we do, and we try to do it properly, but we are missing huge opportunities. And that's why I may disagree with Stefan's proposition of having the central banks creating a parallel monetary system based on blockchain, but that's something that we should consider, and maybe then we can discard it. But there is a world of opportunities there that we are not really looking at, and that, and again, is a bit close to what Jean-Jacques was saying. We need to think more creatively. We are too much bogged down on what we do and not enough energetic and intellectually motivated to think about what else we can do.
Thank you, Matteo. So as we're coming to the end of the panel, I would like to finish with some optimistic messages, which I hope will come from Yelena and then Vera. And the question is the same: why we will not fail?
We will not fail because we don't want to do so. We are quite smart and understand that innovation is needed and the change is needed to drive to positive outcome. We will not fail because this ESG topic or sustainable finance, it's something what I notice among my colleagues. It's also linked to our personal values, right? In comparison to all other things which we do, like regulation, investment, so on in financial sector, which is pure money-driven, the sustainable finance, something which also touches us in persons. And we do understand when we involved in the sustainable finance activities that we create impact with our activities, that we create a positive change, and this is what really motivates us to move forward. It's like there is a certain tipping point where more and more people join the sustainable finance community, and they really like to drive this change. And I think this is kind of common goal that we have, and understanding that climate change is not something abstract, that it stands really next to our door. Because, for example, the temperatures are rising, because there are floods like we faced this year in Austria, we faced floods. In Germany, there were heats. There were burnt forests starting in Turkey, then in Greece, in Italy, and Portugal. We saw it. It stands next to us, and we understand that we're responsible for this, and we can change. And this understanding and awareness, exactly, I think will help us to achieve what we want to do.
Thank you, Vera. Lena, give us a hint why we will not fail.
Well, I think there's two sides here. So first of all, we will not fail because I think that we are good. So people by nature are good. It just maybe it takes a process to realize it, and there is nothing better than being good. It just takes time and processes. We are going through this transformation. We are doing different choices, but still it should come to the point when the good nature of people will prevail. And on the other side also, just Kirill, you brought this example with chess. So I just keep thinking that we actually are not playing against someone. So it's not really a chess game. It's more about solving a chess puzzle. So we do have a number of resources that we just need to put into the chessboard in a specific way, and we need to find the winning move. But we are not at war with someone. We are just like trying to solve this chess puzzle. And just I know that people are very good in solving chess puzzles, so we definitely will come this road.
Yeah, machine can become better, so it's, I guess, humanity are losing to machines in some games. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a session dedicated to sustainable development financing. I warmly appreciate all our guests and speakers. Please continue communication after the panel because 1 hour is not enough. We have specific KIEF Academy initiative dedicated to the sustainable development, and we'll spend separate date on that, discovering further. So please follow us on social networks, and for those who are above 40, we have Facebook as well, so please pay attention to that. Thank you for coming.
Бік-дейта – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудок, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр, що не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще. Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ЮА» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва, найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатися маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. А потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні. Ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Чудо, а чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще. Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. «Епіцентр» – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to achieve this, we constantly develop, support our partners, and foster their prosperity, improve living conditions in all regions of our country and in the world. Interpipe Steel, the place where the future is created.
Давайте знайомитись. Ми національний холдинг. Завдяки новітнім технологіям виробництва найвищій якості продукції, котра відповідає запитам споживача та міцним позиціям на закордонних ринках, ми безперервно зростаємо, задаючи темп галузі агріфуд в Україні. Ось у чому питання. Як випікання хлібу зробити успішним, великим бізнесом? Для цього потрібно налагодити ефективні бізнес-процеси, займатись маркетингом, вчасно постачати товар та дотримуватися високих виробничих стандартів. HD Group допомагає бізнесу зростати, оптимізувати закупівельні та логістичні витрати, привести до ладу фінансові питання, вдосконалити виробничі процеси, запровадити сучасні технології управління, трансформували власну компанію та готові підтримати нові перспективні напрямки бізнесу.
Коллеги, участники.
I'm happy to welcome you. Please kindly take your seats. One minute to go. Good afternoon. We are going to begin our next panel discussion to discuss a very interesting topic in the Ukrainian context, East-West. We're going to discuss the competition of economic systems. I am Mikhail Dorian. I have the honor of moderating the discussion. I hold a degree in economics, which gives me the right to be on this stage in the first place and to talk to some of the people with such high credentials. I served as aide to the foreign minister and also advisor to the prime minister, and I was in a top management post at a state-owned company, and then I spent some time serving as governor of KIEF, Greater KIEF province. And now we are shooting a documentary about the work that we're doing. I'm happy to welcome everyone. Thank you for attending this panel discussion. And I would also like to thank our distinguished panelists, both attending in person and those who will be connected via Zoom. I would like to very briefly introduce our discussion. It's going to be made up of three blocks. First, I'm going to introduce our panelists, and then we will put up one important matter to a vote, which we're going to project on the screens. Well, you might as well bring up those questions now to let the audience think about them. Then we will discuss this particular relationship, or rather conflict between East and West, and what the implications are for the entire global landscape. And the second part of this discussion will be devoted to the Ukrainian context. In the context, if you excuse the tautology, in the context of what we are discussing during this forum, how should Ukraine act and respond to new challenges amid the relationship between East and West? So our speakers will be given strict time slots, and I would like to encourage you to meet your timing, because we have four panelists. It gives me pleasure to introduce our distinguished speakers. Arkady Ostrovsky. Let me quote from Wikipedia, a British journalist of Soviet descent, a political observer who holds a PhD and works for The Economist, heading up the Moscow bureau. And he spent years working for that particular edition, and also he's a Pulitzer Prize winner and the 2016 all prize winner. This is just to get our dialogue going. Mr. Chandran Nair will be connecting via Zoom, founder of the Global Institute for the Future, an expert in Southeast Asia, a professor of Nong Kong University, a professor of the Lee Kuan Yew School. We welcome you. Victor Galasuk, a Ukrainian economist, the Ukrainian Association of the Club of Rome, PhD, and an author of the course Economic Engineering at the KIEF Polytechnical Institute, and a professor at the National Shevchenko University, and until recently, chair of the Industrial Policy Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament. And Mr. Grzegorz Glodko, a professor of economics, director of the Center of Transformation, Globalization of Economic Studies at the Zminski University, twice Vice Prime Minister of Poland, and a person who has made a very considerable input in securing Poland's membership of the European Union. Now, let me move on to our question. Is now, if you look at the screen, you then scan the QR code. Let me give it to you in Ukrainian. Where should Ukraine focus macroeconomically? Eastwards, westwards? Should it pursue a balanced East-West policy? So let me remind you that we will be voting on this one again at the end of this panel discussion. "57% are probably diplomats in this audience, as far as I can judge by the answers the audience are giving." Now, okay, I think we've spent enough time doing that. Now let's move on to our discussion, and I would like to now address, maybe if I could just ask our Zoom speaker, Mr. Chandran Nair, when preparing for this panel discussion, I wrote you an email to just discuss this panel discussion, and one of the participants, the Swedish economist, who has unfortunately not been able to join this call, this quote from him, this juxtaposing East and West, means something else in the Ukrainian context. You considering this on a global scale, Mr. Chandran, what is the whole world actually saying when we speak about this East and West relationship? How is it understood? You have a time slot of 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone in Kyiv. It's a great honor to be here. So I think it's a good point that you raised about what do we mean by East and West. I think particularly in Eastern Europe, you have a different view of what is the West and what is the East. In this part of the world, clearly, we have a different view. And this has certainly been exaggerated in the last 10 years, particularly as the West seemed to have become a lot more nervous about the rise of the rest. Can you hear me?
Yes, everything is good.
Hello?
We can we hear you very well.
Okay, good. So particularly in the last 10 years, it has become very clear that the Western world has become extremely nervous about the rise of what I call the rest. So in my view, what we term the West is essentially the United States, Western Europe, and its allies, particularly Australia and New Zealand in this part of the world, and some other parts of Eastern Europe. And what has become very clear in this, especially during the last 5 years, is a concern that the West is unable to come to terms with what I call the rise of the arrival of a post-Western world. And that has been amplified in the reaction of the West, led by the United States, to the rise of China. So that is how most of those people in this part of the world see it. Most people see the West as essentially the former imperial powers. Many people are subservient because of centuries of colonization to Western worldviews. This is beginning to change as people become aware of essentially the power that the West has, which is using indiscriminately, particularly led by the United States and some of its allies in Europe, to thwart the rise of the others. And China is in one part of this. And the geopolitical games being played to essentially ensure that there is less of an equitable world in which the others will play a role. So what is happening, I believe, in this part of the world is a growing awareness that when the West talks about a rules-based order and the global order that needs to be sustained, it means our rules and you play by the rules. And the unfortunate reality is the post-Western world has arrived. The inability of the West, and again, as I defined it, mainly United States, Canada, the Five Eyes, the Anglo-Saxon sphere, and much of Western Europe, who are beginning to understand that the dominance of the United States is a threat to world peace, is something to think about. In this part of the world, many people have been very subservient to the Western worldview. Most of our elites are educated in the West. They don't have any original thinking themselves. But the last few years have really woken people up to this tyranny that it appears that the Western world, led by the United States, believes our way or the highway. And thus, to your point about which economic model is more competitive, I would rather suggest that framing is actually outdated. I would rather suggest that we looked at things from a different point of view. So I would frame it as which economic model, and more importantly, which governance system is more suited to the existential threats of our times. And therefore, a different way of framing it would be to say which governance system is more open to collaboration. In that, therefore, if you frame it that way, then I would argue the Western model is at the moment not suited to collaboration and sharing because it is steeped in its view that it has privileges and rights that others don't have. At one level, that's understandable after 400 years of colonization and essentially extraction and a sense of global superiority. But at the same time, it is inexcusable. And the West will have to come to terms with a more equitable world in which the others will have the same rights as it has. And therefore, what we call the global order and the rules-based order will have to change. This changing of that framing is causing great unease in the West. And therefore, and I live in Hong Kong, we have seen a war of attrition in terms of how the West, led by the United States, is determined to retain its privileges and its global dominance in terms of all spheres of economic and political life. And thus this idea that we have to democratize every part of the world as if other people don't understand what are freedoms and rights, that apparently the West has a prerogative on the understanding of what are freedoms and rights. So as my 6 minutes almost coming to an end, I'll say one more last thing. In this part of the world, therefore, to your point, which model is better? And I call it the economic and governance model, to a world that is going to be constrained by so many things, other than just compare to hopefully allow the debate to ensue. If you look at the large countries of the world, the two largest countries in the world are not Western. One is India, one is China. Both of them have very different political systems. At one level, who cares what happens in Sweden or what happens in Australia? They are small populations. What happens in India and China does matter, or Indonesia, which is the third largest, and parts of Africa. The different political models between China and India allow us to essentially have, in my view, a very frank conversation about which governance system and therefore which economic model. In my view, that the Indian political system, which is based on an inherited political system of British parliamentary democracy, will not be able to help India navigate the existential threat of 1.5 billion people living in a very constrained land where climate change and other things are going to be of great importance. The Chinese system, which the West views as a threat, which is its fear in terms of being able to adopt and accept different diversity of political systems, will, in my view, be the leader in terms of being able to navigate a complex 21st century in terms of constraints, politics, etc., because it's at this political system which is able to think long-term, is not victim to the fantasies of politicians who have to be re-elected every 4 years, and therefore is also based on meritocracy. China will never elect a Donald Trump. So just to give you an example of what that...
Mr. Chudnar?
I would argue that China is more democratic than India, in the sense that if a political system is meant to deliver on certain outcomes that essentially enable people to realize that the Chinese system works better.
Mr.
So
Chudnar,
you can conclude from that what I think.
I have one very short question, but please be maximum shortly, because you wrote the book on sustainable development, and you is well known for this book. One simple question, but it's very difficult, frankly speaking, is whether the West and the East can have the unanimous approach and can agree on sustainable development of the world.
I think they can, but the West needs to understand that the scale of the challenge is very different. The scale of the challenge in Europe is tiny compared to the scale of the challenge here, and therefore the political systems will need to be very different. So the West needs to stop preaching, of course do what it needs to do, but allow other countries to decide what it needs to do, because it's essentially redefining with regard to sustainability the rights to consumption and therefore your rights and freedoms.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Це було дуже дійсно цікаво, тому що...
Thank you. This has been very insightful. It's just to let me reflect back on this. I once served as aide to the foreign minister of Ukraine, and we traveled to China and then to India 2-3 weeks later. To India and China, when we just landed, it was a colossal difference in terms of how things were organized. It's not that I felt better or worse in any of those particular countries, but the difference was really palpable in terms of such varying countries and systems really achieving their goals in their unique way. Arkady, over to you. You are a well-known journalist, Western journalist, specializing in Russia and post-Soviet countries, but few people know that you are a very dedicated theater goer, and you even studied to be an actor, and then you defended a thesis in English literature at Cambridge. A very simple question to you as a theatrical expert, in terms of which theatrical genre is this best described by? Drama, tragedy, vaudeville, moravite, and the friaki. So those of you who do not know these terms, friaki is the ancient Greek sitcom type of genre about the adventures of gods and semi-gods. And good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome everyone. I'm sorry, I'm late. The traffic was so bad, and some of the streets are now blocked for traffic, which is quite something that you come across in Asia a lot. And I'd met, before I came here, I'd met with Ukraine's famous musician Vakarchuk. We spoke about Europe, about the Western civilization and theater and all those things. And it's only natural that we should be. Well, I'm always happy to hop on my hobby horse and talk about theater, but just to introduce what is going to come up in this discussion is that why it becomes increasingly evident for me that we are part of Europe. I'm now in Europe, and what makes Ukraine European is not just the institutional facade that we normally use to recognize a country, identify a country as a European one. So this whole idea of choice, and I think that the whole point around this question, how to actually determine which genre of theater this relationship falls into or under. What really matters in theory in theater is partnership, is dialogue. It's important for people to speak the same language. Often this is a theater of absurdity in many respects. It's as if the people are each just speaking their own lines, but they're not talking to one another, and it's not to really regress into like a past experience when people were speaking different languages could not make sense of what the other side was saying. So it's important to really pin down some definitions. But when you were speaking about East-West, there's that kind of relationship. You were not referring to their respective geographies, apparently, because then it would be very difficult to delineate between the two, as down the Urals, where. But he did not name this session as it would have been named if this conference were being held in New York or Berlin or London. It would have been named China and something. China and America, China and Europe. It would have been a session about China and the rest of the world. And the whole title of this panel, it actually, that's something important that speaks about Ukraine. Now that we are in Kiev and Ukraine, that something so ambivalent can even be raised as a topic of discussion. It's only natural that for Ukraine, the East is mainly in reference to Russia, while Ukraine itself has an East and a West. There has been for a considerable length of time an understanding that is now on the way out, that was emerged initially, originally in the 18th century, of this of juxtaposing between Asia and Europe, and it actually lingered on in some publications, like the publication by the famous Russian reformer Igor Gaidar, one of the prime ministers of Russia, who was among the first to begin reforming the Soviet economic system. So it was, he concluded that choice would have to be made, which way to gravitate towards it. Asia being sort of this kind of unruly space with not much respect for human rights or ownership rights, and that dichotomy now appears to have been largely phased out, and we have grown to realize that it is not that black and white, that even that discourse that used to be pursued and basically how to create economic growth, and that predicating this by saying that we need a democracy to make that happen, that is increasingly called into question. And what is a democracy after all? What is democracy as a notion? Well, I do research about the post-Soviet terrain, and I've got Russia in front of my eyes, which is actually become an authoritarian country, moving full speed ahead to a full-blown dictatorship with rampant corruption. And now I look at Ukraine, which is a free country. And the more I come here, and while I continue covering Russia, I increasingly realize that Ukraine has really leapfrogged into a more free type of nation, while it is also bested by corruption and all those other societal ills. But we probably should not even pose that question, that it's not some kind of a one or the other. So it's very difficult to give a definition to the East. Where would you put Japan? Is it past the Western culture? Kazakhstan now considering China and Japan as part of the collective West, while lying further to the West geographically than those countries. So this whole notion of this consolidated West, this powerhouse sort of countering the communist threat, there was this physical symbol, the Berlin Wall. It's all crumbling, even that notion of the demarcation and those processes that are underway. And irrespective of who's in power in the United States, but can you think of an undemocratic United States? President Trump, no longer in power, but chances are he might return to power. And non-democratic America, which bucket is going to fall into, East or West? That is completely inconceivable. Now we are observing this tectonic shift, and it's not about theatrics or anything. We are talking about those big land masses, and excited about discussing new centers of gravity in this kind of New Deal world system. Over to you, Grzegorz. You have authored many reforms in Poland, but you've also authored an international bestseller called Truth, Mistakes and Lies, Political Economy in a Changing World. Before you weigh in on where you stand as we discuss this relation between East and West, just to paraphrase your work, what is true, what is a lie, what is a mistake in this relationship? Yeah, you were sort of translating from English to Russian. In Polish, it's called Wędrujący świat. And Wędrujący, I thought it is a word that's so difficult to translate into either Russian or English. And in Russia, and it's called World in Motion. And in Ukrainian, it's called Minlivy Svit, a fickle world.
Title from the first chapter, Truth, Errors and Lies in a Volatile World. And then subtitle, How to Deal and to Make Truth Happen More Often. But when you are talking East and West, I don't feel good with these terms. I think they are obsolete. When I'm taking a look into geopolitics, geoeconomics, it depends on definition very much. Pretty often we say in Poland, me too, that we've made something unbelievable. We moved from east to west without moving 1 centimeter. If you take a look at the map, the physical map, Poland is where it used to be. But we became member of European Union, which is very good, of NATO, which by most people is appreciated, but I think it's disputable. And we treated us always to be a part of Western culture. You mentioned my book. My recent paper, most recent paper, just I concluded it before yesterday. I went to the airport, so it is not published yet. It's called Political System and Socio-Economic Development. So now, as an intellectual, an economist, former policymaker, sometime advisor, I'm looking for a different question. And I have asked myself question, what is the end and what is the means to the end? Is the political system the end? Or it is just the means to something which is the end? That is the long-term, sustainable, inclusive, equitable, dynamic, social and economic development. And I'm coming to the conclusion that the political system, ustrój, political system, is a means to the end. And from this perspective, now I'm taking a look of the world and definitely say UK, Great Britain, this is the West, and by all means, Russia is the East. But the West is also Scandinavian social markets economies. If you would ask me, name the country which is perfect. Nobody is perfect, but the best, closest to the perfect, is Norway, close to us. And far away from here, I would point to New Zealand, which is not on map the West, but in culture and political terms, it is the West. So in the West, we have countries like Scandinavian social democratic social market economies, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, which are leading in all indices, fighting poverty, literacy, internet access, environment, education, safety, human development. They are always, if not first 3, 4, 5, then in the first 10. And also, United States, under a shameful presidency of Mr. Trump, it was West. They didn't move to the East. They didn't transform. They compromise the traditional meaning of the West. Because I don't believe that majority of people here would like to be the part of such a West, like United States under the administration of Mr. Trump. So I'm not convinced that this is the good approach talking about East and West yet. In the paper I mentioned too, and I said it today to the Prime Minister at the panel, at the plenary session, most of you attended it, that when I'm taking a look on the globe, on the map, Poland and Ukraine with all the differences, because somebody believes that the border between East and West is exactly the border between Poland and Ukraine, Poland and Belarus especially. You are the East. This is where the East is beginning, and we are the West. But we are Slavic people. We speak similar language. In the lobby, sometimes I'm speaking Polish, somebody speaks Ukrainian, and we do understand a lot, even much more sometimes, because at duszy, from the heart. So it's another non-political aspect of East and West. But when I'm taking a look on the map, to conclude, I see two great spheres in the world. And this is not, I'm not saying East and West. One is Euro-Atlantic, and the other one is Euro-Asian. And it is overlapping when we are. Both Ukraine and Poland belong to both West and East. Yet, of course, we are much more Western country than you are, and you are much more Eastern country than we are. But it is not the black and white. This is the wrong approach. Capitalism, socialism, black and white, West, East, that is gone with the wind. Because now there is the second Cold War. And the second Cold War is not as the first between Old West and Old East, East led by the former Soviet Union and West led by the United States. This new West, or so-called West, is still led by the United States, and this Euro-Atlantic part of the world, to which to big extent belongs also Latin America, because of influence of North America, is very heterogeneous. We cannot put it into one basket, because there is such a big difference between, say, ideology, system of values in Canada and in US, or in Finland and United Kingdom. And there is the East, which never, ever will be led by anybody. Soviet Union is just a past of history. China is rising, but China does not have the ambition to lead the world or to lead great international dimension. China simply has, they want to develop. So there is China, there is India, which has been mentioned, and take a look. When Gordon Brown, Johnson, Prime Minister Johnson of UK, recently hosted the G7 summit. G7 is West, yet there is a certain Eastern country, which is Japan, but this is so-called political West. He invited people, leaders of free worlds, to demonstrate that they are free and you are not. We are free, but only to the extent under the current government of the Law and Justice Party, according to this interpretation. And he invited South Korea, very free country, if you wish. He invited the Republic of South Africa. I'm not sure that there is much more democracy in South Africa if compared with, say, Ukraine. He invited Australia, a free country, but rather conservative as far as economic policy is concerned, and India. And Prime Minister of India didn't come, saying there is COVID. You see, it's COVID, and I came to you. So he didn't come. Why? Because it was anti-Chinese. It wasn't anti-East. The G7 summit had an agenda which was anti-Chinese. And the Prime Minister of India decided to demonstrate, no Americans, you will not play Indian card against China because we are important enough, and we will play our own card. And from this perspective, where is India? West or East? I would say both. To conclude, I can make an analysis and I can follow train of my thought without playing the terms East and West, and I would take the political system, which must be defined as a means to the development. For that reason, for Ukraine, East or West, forget about it. You need a political system and a system of value which will satisfy your people in the longer run. And if some political analyst or journalist will be calling you East or West, it is a secondary matter. It must be efficient, it must be delivering.
Just very small question, very interesting regarding this story about India's position. Very short, what I asked also Chadnar, whether can East and West, in your perception, agree on a sustainable development of the world?
No, there will be plenty of conflicts, but they are not leading to the Third World War. There will be the Cold War, there will be the end of the Cold War, there will be tensions, there will be ups and downs. But you have to take a look not only India, China, US, European Union, Poland, or Ukraine. Now in Africa we have 1.3 billion people. In 30 years there will be 2.5 billion people. So where is Africa? Africa doesn't want to be West, and they are realistic. Nobody with common mind believes that you can turn, say, Burkina Faso in France, or you can make half of Tanzania second Great Britain. Now they are looking very much, say, to China. So this is a very interesting question. I'm referring to the Chinese system as neither capitalism nor socialism, and definitely not communism. This is a different animal. I coin it Chinism. This is another social, political, and economic system. And China becomes attractive, for instance, for Africa. So now the part of the old game, East-West, is what pattern, what values, what direction will follow this, what they call, from neoliberal perspective, emerging markets, and what I call in my new pragmatism theory, emancipating economies and emancipating societies.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. It was really, because I know that you can just finish, because Chadnar wants to react to you. Sorry for interrupting you. Please, yes, go on. And it's to timing, please, because we have 1 minute more. You have to end?
No, well,
yeah. Chadnar,
can I just
yes, please. Can you react? You raised the hand.
Yes, just very quickly, without spending too much time. But all the comments I've heard so far is what, in this part of the world we consider classic Western conversations. trying to essentially, in a way, sort of camouflage the idea that there's a Western view that we are better. Everything I've heard so far, without making it, too confrontational, is basically saying there's something called the West. You don't have to call it geography, you don't have to call it this, but the West is better. Because my God, we stand for freedom. And all these other people who don't stand for freedom, apparently we will judge who stands for freedom on our values. They are the East. It's the nasty Russia, it's those Chinese, they can't be invited. I think this is as old-fashioned as the discussion that there is no West and there is no East. Let's face it, we live in a world in which the former colonial powers, the imperial states, still feel the hegemons that their view of the world and their governance systems is the only one. I didn't coin the phrase the West. The Economist does, the Financial Times does, the New York Times does, the Western governments do. And their view is we are better than all of you who do not subscribe to our worldview. So finally, I would say, if you want to talk about freedoms, I would argue that the average Chinese person is more free than the average Indian person who is poor and deprived of the basic rights to life.
Okay, freedom is very important for some of us. It is the most important, much more important than, for instance, money or love or you name it. But there are some people for there are more important things than so-called freedom in the meaning of West. There is a very interesting research conducted by Singapore National University, which is East and West at the same time, which is definitely market capitalism, but is definitely non-democratic. And there is not much criticism of lack of democracy in Singapore. Why? Because it is pro-American. There is a lot of criticism about lack of democracy in Belarus. Why? Because it is not pro-American. The instant they would start to laugh, White House, they will stop criticizing, etc. There's plenty of hypocrisy, but we are here professionals, business or academia or university, so we are not playing the hypocritical game of politics. But the research of the Singapore University, National University, they make a survey, and they repeated it 3 times already, in dozen countries in Asia, including India, including China, including territory of Taiwan, and so on. And they asked 2 questions, among others. It is a good survey from sociological viewpoint, representative one. What is more precious for you? Freedom, political freedom or economic development? Only in Japan, political freedom is more important than economic development. If you have an income, of $1,000 per capita per year in purchasing parity, they don't like the discussion about freedom. They want to have, 10% more. And if they see that there is 10% rate of growth, say in Vietnam, where it's no democracy, and there is not a growth at all in Italy or in Japan, when you have democracy, they are saying that we are in favor of something else. So again, it's very important for different people, for different social strata, in different places of this volatile, on this living sphere, at what level of development we are, and we have to understand it, that there are different systems. So the world of the future is not the world of East and West, it is a very heterogeneous world of different values, different conflicts, and the fine art of policy, politics, business management, and research and advisement, etc., is to avoid conflicts, because the situation is really very tense, and who is responsible for this tension, both so-called East and West. It has not come, from nowhere.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very interesting. And I have a lot of comments, but we really have a few time. So, Виктор Галасюк. Ты экономист.
You're an economist, and you've spent years and years in this profession. You hold a doctorate in economics. In this discussion of East versus West, do you agree that the economic dimension is is now being put on the back burner, and something else is coming to the forefront. It's, as Arkady put it, is the freedom of self-realization, is freedom of movement, other parameters other than a certain set of economic indicators. Thank you. Well, I believe that economic measures are the tip of the iceberg, and that which underlies economic realities, but cultures evolve, but they do not change as quickly as you can change economic policy. And if we rise higher and higher, if we look at the entire economic history of the world, 2,000 years since the birth of Christ, we will see that between then and now, it's an interesting picture. By the 1850s or 70s, maybe, the world had not seen any economic growth. The GDP growth, the curve was pretty flat. And then there came the second wave of the Industrial Revolution. It was explosive growth since the 1870s. And these past 150 years, this is very recent history. 98% of economic growth has been achieved. Only 2% achieved in the almost 2,000 years prior to that. So how has this economic growth been distributed? Who's been at the lead? Who's been lagging behind? But if, like, I was moderating a session with a member of the Club of Rome and Nobel laureate. Now, the world is no longer a bipolar place. By purchasing power parity China, as measured by GDP per capita, it is actually larger than the US, not nominally, purchasing power parity. Over 2/3 of economic growth has been achieved by Asian countries in 5 years' time. Up to 75% of growth will be generated in Asia. This is true, but is this a sustainable trend? How long-term is this trend going to be? This completely unbelievable skyrocketing growth in Asia, and if we look at some really reliable data that the World Bank and other reputed institutions use, it's been going on since the 1970s, and then prior to that period, that first 100 years, when there was explosive growth in Europe and the United States, it was flat growth in Asia. But if we look at some of the recipes that Asia has really used to create the economic miracle, where did they come up with? Where did they got those recipes? Was it given to them by some aliens? No, it is this book by Friedrich List, written in 1841, The Fundamentals of Political Economy. See, he's a German national who emigrated to the United States. Now you can buy this book from one of our book stands. So those recipes were written in that book. That something that Italian city-states used to increase wealth, and the United Kingdom, and then he was still around when explosive growth began in the United States. This Alexander Hamilton, the first Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, he, together with List, is considered to be the father of protectionism. It is something that all countries who are wealthy today, it's how they acquired their wealth. It's the economic miracles that we've seen in China most recently, and prior to that, Singapore and Turkey. they have gone by this book, which was fundamentally born out of the Western world, where the capitalism that we know was born. Would capitalism have been conceivable without Luca Pacioli's double entry bookkeeping? So the Western world created lots of innovations that were then used in their concentrated form in Asia, and they pulled it off very admirably, and economically now they are winning, and they are actually getting ahead of both the United States and old Europe. Is this something that we are likely to see in 50 years' time? That is a very fundamental question, and I quite agree with Arkady here that competition will be pursued not in the economic sphere, it's cultures, but it's also a competition of economic policies, and that information is publicly available. And it is up to us whether or not to use those recipes for Ukraine. Let me repeat the question that I earlier asked to all the panelists, and also I would like to hear from you now. East versus West. Can they strike a deal and agree to achieve sustainable development goals together, to ward off those global challenges, in particular climatic challenges? This is really a very big question, because the global challenges facing the world, and it's is quite well described by Mr. Nair's in Mr. Nair's book. So they can only be addressed effectively if there's coordination on the supranational level, but still real power continues to be held by the individual country governments. So the power is still held by national governments, because they determine their taxation systems, they set the tax rates, what's allowed, what's not allowed. All this still pertains to the realm of regulation at the national level. So the key to resolving these challenges is held by the national authorities, and how to create this supranational cooperation is a big challenge indeed. Arkady. Just by way of clarification, that I stand corrected when I spoke about the economy as a notion. This includes pretty much everything. I spoke about certain material or pecuniary markers that are no longer as appealing to young people. They would be happy to sacrifice a gas guzzler for more quality space. It's not that those young people are really jealous of those oligarchs because they do not stand a chance of building up as much wealth, but it's actually for somebody who is 30, they don't think they should seek the kind of wealth that would allow them to build a palace like the one Putin is widely alleged to own. So, but it's who is going to do this? What you asked the question whether they can agree, but who is going to do the agreeing? Those governments? We now live in a world where we have so much information online, and what we've been observing across the world is that because governments hold too much power making decisions for their populations. If Russia had free elections, and if China had a multi-partisan system and they had free elections, if you were to ask people of the same age, what is it you want? Those people will actually strike a deal quite quickly. And I think, and we know that when I read in The Economist, this big publication about the new generation of China's youth, but they are quite nationalistic, but at the same time they want pretty much the same things as their counterparts in Ukraine and Europe. So the power to make decisions which was reserved to the select few, to the elites, begins to be challenged and increasingly, because urban populations may want something different from what their rural counterparts may want. They don't want to continue being told what to do, and its convergence will not be based on some sort of a political arrangement, but because this world is becoming more of a global place, and with people really wanting pretty much the same thing. So it's a good question. Who will do the agreeing? Who will act to represent the countries? There aren't so many countries that you can name them, and it's those that are the dominant players in this negotiating landscape. Yeah, Mr. Nair is raising his hand now. We only have very little time left, some 12 minutes. I would like to go back to the second part of our conversation about Ukraine. Is there anything that you could briefly express on Ukraine? 2 minutes per speaker. What would be your best advice? How should Ukraine benefit from the current paradigm of West versus East? And in light of those tendencies that you mentioned, that there's been this pronounced shift, and that clear demarcation is no longer that visible geographically or otherwise. What would be your recipe? How should Ukraine build and pursue an economic policy that would enable us to cash in on its position between East and West?
It's all to all the speakers, but you are the first, because you raised the hand.
Yeah, my first point that and I'll answer that question, and I know we're running out of time, but I just wanted to say, when we talk about cooperation on sustainability, it is very naive to think that it's a global, at one level it's a global issue, but India's problem of providing sanitation, water supply, and housing for 600 million people is not going to be solved by global cooperation. It's going to be solved by the government. My core argument is this will need very tough states that are able to essentially marshal the resources, put draconian measures in place, and this is not suited to the liberal narrative about democracy. The second point is this idea that young people will not get gas guzzlers, etc. I politely suggest that we understand that most young people in the world are actually poor. They don't belong to Western economies, nor do they sit in London and the USA and pontificate about saving the world. Most of them don't have anything, so in the periphery. And this is a discussion that's so poorly understood that I politely suggest in the Western liberal media that some should pontificate about the world they don't even understand because they are driven by ideology. To your point about Ukraine, I'm no expert, but I have lived in Hong Kong for the last 2-3 years, where essentially the Western world, and it's my definition, led by the United States and the European allies, have sought to destabilize the city I live in, mainly to embarrass China. They have failed. So in terms of Ukraine, I know a bit of the history, but I'll say don't choose, work with both, determine your own, and don't be ideologically driven and play a smart game. That's what Singapore has done. It's played between both sides, but it understands it's an Asian city, and it understands actually where its value systems come from, and it understands how to choose the best of both worlds. So that's what Ukraine should do as well. That's my little understanding, but you're in the same hotspot that we are, but Hong Kong is part of sovereign China, and the Western media has sought to suggest that it is being captured by China. In fact, that was part of the choice that was made by China. And today, you know, Hong Kong is no more being kicked around and being used by the West to demonize China.
Chetnar, thank you very much for being with us and very valuable opinion. Arkady, я вас тогда сдерживал.
Arkady, I was sort of holding you back. Now it's not when the president was in Ukraine in 2013, he was forcing Ukrainians to make their choice or make that choice for Ukrainians, what to sign or not to sign. He was probably thinking he was making a huge decision. 7 years on, we are where we are. And Ukraine is indeed, well, irrespective of its institutional facade, whether it signed an association agreement with the EU or not, Ukraine is moving towards Western civilization, not because Zelensky said so, not because Yanukovych decided so, or Poroshenko did. That is the mainstream sense of direction. By this society made up of free individuals, and whether what happened back in 2013 in Vilnius, whether Yanukovych refused to sign a document, in real terms, it has not meant much. Yes, it's brought on a war, an aggression, an annexation in Crimea. But in terms of sense of direction, those decisions did not matter as much. But now, let's see how many Chinese and Indian and Pakistani students wish to study in Western universities. Maybe that place is not very well organized, with trains not running on time, that sort of thing. And how many Western students wish to study in China? So the Chinese Communist Party is investing enormous resources. My son studies at a public school in London, and the Chinese Communist Party has invested enormously into offering Chinese language training. So just encouraging them to, no strings attached, just learn Chinese. And this strategy of promoting Chinese studies, and it's not converting into those graduates when they finish school, that does not really encourage them to pursue this any further. It is not being converted into the new sort of state when this sort of appears to have been directed at eliciting this kind of response that those graduates would wish to go study in China en masse. And that's not happening. And in Ukraine, not so long ago, Chinese experts that I really worked with quite extensively, because I'm interested in those views, how China views Russia, how Russia views China, and quite powerful people in China, close to the Communist Party, but they're quite cynical people at that. So they go and they told me, look, the more attractive Russia or Ukraine or Eastern European countries become, the closer they become to what we understand as Old West, the more attractive they will become for us. So don't try and look like China. A, you will fail, and B, we don't need that, because what makes Ukraine attractive is not that it's going to try and copy China, which is not achievable at all. What will make Ukraine attractive is that if it enables its population to harness their potential, if it becomes a rules-based country with increased transparency and access to all types of resources, political or economic or otherwise. And what you label it, East, West, it doesn't matter at all. Thank you for your recipe. It's a very clear one. Victor, do you agree with this? Do you disagree? And how do we build our lives in this global context, I think we should pursue a pragmatic path and seek cooperation with countries from all camps. It's not a matter of choice of vector or sense of direction, and it's the biggest challenge facing this economy, that it is too dependent on commodity markets, on producing inputs. And most of what we export are inputs. With this economic structure, it is actually irrelevant which way to gravitate towards. We are bound to be a basket of raw materials, but the path that we need to pursue, we need to promote value-adding industries that will earn Ukraine a place in the global economic landscape. We have markets east and west and south of Ukraine and in Africa. I would be opting for pursuing a highly pragmatic path to follow in the footsteps of Lee Kuan Yew, and as Mr. Chandrani also emphasized, that is admittedly the harder path. We would love to just keep it simple, just make one of those automatic choices, but that is not going to get us much further. So that's something we want to graduate into becoming a more innovative, a wealthier country with higher value added in this country. Then we will not need to seek or be so dependent on outside alliances. Now, before I hand over to Grzegorz for his concluding remarks, now let's take another vote on this question that we asked at the start of this panel discussion. Grzegorz, over to you. It's the next panel is coming up. What is your recipe? What should Ukraine do based on this discussion?
Give an advice. I have come here to learn from you, from your wisdom and your experience, and to take some questions back to the remaining part of the world, starting from my small, great country of Poland. But if you're asking the question, first things first. First, I would try to answer the question. The political elites, the business leaders, the intellectuals, what kind of system we would like to have here. I think you should aim for social market economy. There is a concept of social market economy, maybe with, say, the Ukrainian characteristics, and here we can talk for a long time what that implies. Secondly, it must be based on what I call in my theoretical train of thought, new pragmatism. Victor said, pragmatic approach. Must be very pragmatic. There is plenty of problems to be solved, and each and every of them has a solution, yet it is sometimes not a short shot. Third, and here I would come to your question, because Ukraine is in very specific position, which is very difficult, but turn it upside down or put it on the leg. That means let's take advantage of this very unique position. The very unique position of Ukraine is that you are neither west nor east anymore. Is it bad? I would say, okay, let's say it's very good. And now President Zelensky, Prime Minister, all of you, supposed to think how to take this very unique, only one country in the world is like Ukraine, which is a card in the game between old so-called West and so-called East. So the West would like the Ukraine to be anti-Eastern, and so-called East would like the Ukraine be anti-Western. You'd be smarter than both of them. Play the game with them. Now I can tell you, because I'm professor of economics, international economics, I'm a policymaker. You can take advantage of these ambitions of Poland, Germany, European Union, Brussels, United States on the one hand, and of course, Russia, Moscow, and of course, China on the other hand. To conclude, do apply and keep going. It's a hard job, but you can accomplish it. Join OECD. That is feasible, much likely. then joining European Union, if at all, is a very long shot. And at the same time, that would be pro-Western. Take advantage of Belt and Road Chinese initiative and apply to China to become the member of 17+1. Why you are not there? Because China decided a couple of years ago when they launched Belt and Road that some countries, especially Ukraine, Belarus, say Moldova, they are under Russian influence, so we are not inviting them to join this initiative 16+1. 3 Baltic countries are over there. Now the situation is a different one, I mean the political one, and because of investment in infrastructure, which is a must for you to do to make the environment for business more favorable for expansion, can be assisted by China and at the same time by European Union. It's a very good field to play. And that is an indispensable part of strategy for Ukraine, as I see it, as the point of departure of the fall of 2021. And then you will make it. What I mean, you will make it to the better future, but you have to define and redefine what means better future in Ukraine, because the answer for this question is somehow different than it is, say, in Russia or in Poland, or farther away from here, in China or in the United States.
Thank you. On this note, that Ukraine should play its own game, that Ukraine is neither, that we've got to pursue our own path. Let's conclude this great discussion. We're having some technical difficulties, but most people still believe that Ukraine should seek a balanced path between East and West. But those who are looking more westwards, that their numbers have increased, and the same applies to the opposing camp. Let me thank everyone for this great discussion. It was this breath of international air, of a measured look at where we are and what we should know. Thank you, Chetna. We have the next session already opening now. Thank you.
Колись усе доставляли тільки дракони. Але тут приїхали двоє і сказали: тепер усе будемо возити ми. Дракони образились і полетіли геть. Так з'явилася нова пошта. І почалася ера відкриттів. В Одесі, Черкасах, Рівному, Львові та й взагалі всюди. Ідею зацінив відомий карпатський стартап. а потім ще один, і ще. І ось нова пошта вже доставляє 300 мільйонів посилок на рік. Відправити ж можна все. Тут раптом завівся кіт і почав обробляти по 3 посилки в секунду. Тож майбутнє ставало все ближче і ближче до тебе. Навіть на твоїй вулиці, у твоєму магазині, у твоєму басейні, у твоєму театрі, ну і в твоєму під'їзді. Тож саме зараз величезний механізм працює для того, щоб усе доїхало вчасно. Брату Максу, малій Олі, всій Україні. Ну і, звісно, тобі. Нова пошта. 20 років для тебе. Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам.
Просьба занимать...
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin in a matter of 5 seconds.
Так, основное движение закончилось. Мы с небольшим...
Okay, so we are 9 minutes behind, but we have an hour allowed for this panel. We have 5 speakers, and I think that it's one of the most critical panels at the KIEF Economic Forum. And economic development is certainly very intimately connected with instruments that are used to achieve economic growth. There's this broad understanding that the market is overheated, the capital market, but at the same time, Ukrainian businesses are underfinanced, where money is expensive. There is a capital market. We had a meeting at the Ukrainian SEC, and actually, infrastructure-wise, it was concluded that a capital market does exist in Ukraine. But we are going to talk about some of the constraints holding back growth, about instruments that will enable businesses to raise capital. We will speak about the role of the regulators and experiences gained by companies as they've attempted to raise capital. And let me introduce Kirill Shevchenko, Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine. Kirill has over 27 years worth of banking experience prior to taking over Central Bank. He worked at 4 or 5 commercial banks, and according to market participants, he's widely believed as one of the most competent bankers who has a very intimate understanding of the banking sector from both perspective of commercial banks and central banks. Now, Ruslan Magomedov is commissioner of the National Securities and Exchange Commission. He held several prominent roles over the years, including his post at the State Property Fund, and his team is committed to promoting capital market development jointly with USAID funded project and to create new market opportunities. But it's important also for us to try and make sense of yesterday's meeting with business representatives. I'm also happy to welcome Sergey Butkin, who's actually traveled all the way from Australia to attend this panel. Sergey brings to the table a wealth of experience in banking, and he's the managing partner at FitPoint, and he sits on several boards of directors. He has a lot of experience in structuring investment deals, mergers and acquisitions, and debt restructurings. And Sergey has unique international experience, which it's not something we can see from as far as Ukraine, and we very much look forward to a piece of his wisdom on what needs to be done for Ukraine to improve its competitive position. Sergey Pozniak is the founder and owner of a large non-banking financial group, which essentially credits businesses competitor to banks. Up to 50% of lending operations in Europe is picked up by non-banking financial institutions. In Ukraine, it only claims a 1% share. And how is it going to compete with banks? And Timur Turlov, joining us online, he is in Kazakhstan now, and he had meetings at the Kazakh Central Bank. He is the founder and chief executive officer of Freedom Holding Corporation, Freedom Finance Corporation. It's this company has gone public on the New York Stock Exchange. Its market cap is some $4 billion. His experience will be very valuable in comparing this market with other markets and in terms of charting the way forward for Ukraine, what will make for creating Ukraine as an investment opportunity, and with his recent experience of going public. And I would very much like to learn his views about the prospects of Ukrainian future IPOs, both in Ukraine and in foreign markets. And those are our distinguished panelists, and we begin by looking at the first question, and I'm going to address the first one to everyone on the panel, and then maybe I will have time to follow up by asking a number of specific questions. The first question is about capital markets and what are some of the constraints. If you could just try and diagnose today's situation in terms of our prospects going forward. Thank you. But I would like to begin by welcoming everyone in attendance. It gives me great pleasure to be attending, and I'm happy to see so many familiar faces, my professional colleagues. And in terms of diagnosing the situation, I would like to begin by stating that the domestic investor, private individuals, have only two investment paths. One is to place a deposit at a bank. That is the most, okay, 2.5 paths, okay. The second path is to buy property, residential, non-residential. And this point 5 is, instead of placing a deposit with the bank, they can buy treasury bills. And that is pretty much it in terms of choice of investment instruments for the domestic investor. Our job is, in large part, is to expand this range of opportunities and implement new and attractive instruments in Ukraine. Ruslan, thank you. As the governor quite correctly expressed, indeed we have 2.5 paths or investment opportunities, and even that remaining half is not an easy one. There are two issues with our domestic stock market. It's that it is not easily accessible. It's, be it a Ukrainian national or a foreigner, whether a private individual or a corporate entity, in order to gain access to the domestic stock market, they have to take several steps. And they do not see much point in pursuing this path in many situations. So if we were to compare the buying of treasuries to opening a deposit, you can open a deposit remotely. But unfortunately, in order to open an account in securities and buy treasuries, that is not available online. As a regulator, we see this as a development opportunity. What we can do, we could simplify access to the market through digitization to enable the remote opening of accounts and to enable market participants to transact business online. Now, we should also facilitate access for issuers, and it's an IPO that it was one and small one. It was the football club Veres. It was pretty small, but what it showed, that it is possible, and it is opening up this opportunity for others. And many are asking me, how would we become a stock issuer? So many are now running into constraints around taxation. A question to the audience: who of you, as entrepreneurs, would like to raise 50 million hryvnias from the domestic stock market? Yeah, the amount may not be large enough to appeal to people. Now, we have this as a positive, as a success story in this market. Those of you who have raised a hand, please try and answer the question: are you prepared to completely revamp your ownership structure, your corporate landscape, and bear the full tax load that you liable to bearing. So it's when look, wait a minute, but we are going to pay so much in tax that it makes no sense even to stay in business, let alone pursue an IPO. But that really does not depend on us as securities, as the Securities Commission. It depends on how business is liberalized, because there are tax privileges for anyone buying treasuries, and they are entitled to a zero tax rate. But if a corporate entity were to go public, they would have to cover those negative tax consequences, let alone bearing the risk premiums. That actually is acted as a barrier to seeing a large number of issuers showing up to IPO their companies. But to those of you who raise their hands, I, as Commissioner of the Securities Commission, I am ready to go down this path with you. And if we to run your IPOs as a pilot, and I will help you become Ukraine's second, third, and fourth IPOs in Ukraine. Yes, just to summarize, it's quite tricky. There are concerns, there are tax implications, and there's competition on the part of the government in terms of on the terms. Now, it's hard to to raise liquidity. It's hard to become an issue. Now we are getting digressed, and just to try and summarize, Sergey, an outside look. What has been constraining growth, and what is your diagnosis to the market? Look, the market is always made up of two sides: investors and those who need capital. Investors, just as the governor quite correctly pointed out, they have very little in the way of options. But those that need capital have even fewer options. Now, traditionally, in the whole world, and it's outside this country, and I see so many people who are so much smarter than myself, but people finance business growth using either debt, capital markets, or equity instruments. Okay, our debt market is more or less sort of operational, but it is mostly driven by sovereign debt and quasi-sovereign borrowers, those national corporations, and this market of corporate debt is slowly but steadily developing. Our equity market is close to non-existent, and in order to launch it, the government needs to adopt a very firm stance and play a very prominent role, but not to create a new infrastructure. There is enough infrastructure, but to create a tradable instrument, help create tradable instruments. And the government holds quite considerable assets, which I'm going to talk about in a minute or two. But in order to launch an equity market, the government's step is the first one, and in particular in designating instruments to be traded. But it's the government that needs to create an environment for a liquid market, where broadly accessible, one that would appeal to multitudes of securities investments to be issued. Well, by way of clarification, when you refer to the government or the state, which specific institutions or people? Yeah, I was actually thinking how who it was I was lacking, and I thought that it's actually I would give up my seat to the State Property Fund, the state as represented by the State Property Fund. This is an organization that manages assets on behalf of the government, and it has the mandate, and it is supposed to play a very active role in launching an equity market and coming up with tradable instruments. Okay, Sergey Poznik. In terms of diagnosing the market, so it's when you're diagnosing something, you need to look at all from all sides. And then one is that it's good, it's cool that we're having this discussion in the first place. I've taken part in panel discussions to discuss capital market development. Sergey and I have been on various panels, and it's good that we are making progress. It's good that we have a market infrastructure for the capital market. Whether efficient or not is a different matter, but we have legislation, we have banks, such as UKA Gas Bank, who's underwritten securities issues. They are helping market participants. They are responsive to what the market demands. But there are certain constraints, there are barriers. Now, in terms of the infrastructure not being very efficient, but there are some provisions in the law that are quite strange, like mutual investment institutes, like high entry barriers. It's actually acting as a check on people willing to put money from under their mattresses and injecting it back into the economy. Some 90 billion as estimated. It's now obsolete legislation. It was adopted some 20 years ago in securities legislation. Now there are 3 bills currently being discussed: insurance companies, credit unions, and which would enable the non-banking financial sector to really get a piece of the action. And in this, but it's good that it is part of opinion number 6 of the national economic strategy. But there's another barrier, that because there was this move to adopt legislation quickly, but now it seemed to have ground to a halt. Now, stock market instruments may not be efficient, but like I deliver lectures at the KIEF Mogila Business School on investment funds, and I feel frustrated when I have to comment on those investment paths, and you actually name two and a half paths, but you do not even mention securities investment. Yet statistically 95% is treasuries. No, it's not even 95%, it's even higher than that, and it's 0.1 to 0.5% of total trading volume is investment in equities, something that ends up in the real economy. Everything else is treasuries. This is a diagnosis, and at the end of the day, businesses are not being financed. How are businesses supposed to compete with foreign companies with ample access to finance? The only way to compete is, unless they have access to finance, they should create very simple processes without deep processing, and the fact that such a dormant securities market eventually forces Ukrainian businesses to continue pursuing business only in inputs and industries, and that's the only. We need to actually promote securities markets in order to shed this role, and we have people who have it within their power to do all they can to promote capital markets. Now we have Timur, who is on the call online. Sorry, I almost forgot to invite you to speak. Now, you're not in Ukraine, but you're working with clients from Ukraine. We are talking about Ukrainian capital markets. What is your diagnosis about if there is a market? So, the market is made up of building blocks. It has an important foundation. Is the public debt market and the money markets that are been created now. The repo market, where the central bank and commercial banks are trading. Now we are seeing the emergence of an exchange infrastructure, and there's increasing trust in securities markets. It always develops exponentially. You can't build on top of that foundation. You need to let the foundation settle. So we could probably afford to run at a quicker pace. But by and large, we are going down the right path. We need time for trust to be gained. We need to take ownership and take responsibility. And I'm happy when private companies, both foreign and domestic, investing in this future, even if that investment proves to be longer term compared to the option of investing in a developed market. Thank you. I have a question to the governor. Maybe it's like two questions packed into one. There was this statement made that, okay, we have the infrastructure. There was this another statement that that infrastructure is insufficient. What is the National Bank doing to promote a healthy infrastructure as one of the regulators of financial markets ever can? There was one more statement. Indeed, lots and lots of cash under the mattresses. Some Sergei named 90 billion, some estimated 40 to 80 to something billion. So who needs to do something? And it's not just cash in a deposit safe. How to bring those assets into the real economy? Now, let me begin unpacking this one by one. The biggest market is the so-called OVDP, the treasuries market. And that is a well-functioning and leading market, not only because it is relatively low risk, but also because it relies on a pretty solid infrastructure. There are other steps that we're currently undertaking together with the Securities Commission is to transfer the functions of central depository to the newly created regulator. Now we've also, under the new law, there is no monopoly for clearing. Now clearing is no longer a monopoly. And now there are several other steps that we are taking in terms of promoting the infrastructure, mostly to implement our memorandum that we've signed with the Securities Commission and with input from our partners at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, USAID, and several other partners. And we thank them for their strong input in promoting the market infrastructure in Ukraine. So in terms of our plans to promote the infrastructure, so we as the National Bank, we are talking about the securities market infrastructure with specific reference to financial instruments. By virtue of our mandate, the National Bank of Ukraine is not going to have any role in the infrastructure of commodity markets. We only have a role insofar as financial instruments are concerned. So, which is actually I broadly described, but it's like there's a lot of work behind those brief statements, a lot of work that is going to be. Look, in terms of timeline, the steps that you highlighted, how long will it take to create that infrastructure realistically? In terms of the transfer of depository functions, it's up to 1 year and will be done because this opens up new opportunities for custodial support for lending operations using treasuries. Yeah, if individuals are allowed to buy treasury bills, then they will be able to pledge them as security or lending on top of classical repo transactions. You can also develop securities lending in treasuries. And the question where to raise financing, well, the size of Ukraine's shadow economy, according to varying estimates, also varies. You're quite right. there are some numbers that we believe to be quite reasonable. It's up to 30% of GDP. Okay, we're talking about the economy. But what about dollars hidden under the mattresses? There's quite an amount, according to Sergey. Is there a realistic estimate? I don't think that there's anyone that could pinpoint a more accurate number than the National Bank of Ukraine. We're not in a position to do that because that is cash outside the formal economy. Yes, we have our own estimations, but what I can say is that they fail to consider the time period until 2010. That according to our estimations, we're talking $35 billion, but it's shared between the dollar and the hryvnia. How to encourage people to take their savings to the banks? No, Ruslan, no. We've been discussing the plans that the Commission is contemplating to facilitate, to simplify its procedures. Now, if a Ukrainian business wanted to raise capital through the stock market, so there is this precedent, the deal with the football clubs deal. What is the Commission contemplating? Will I be able to raise capital in 2 months if I were to print a bond or something? Now, the football club, it took them 18 months. Unfortunately, that's what we are now working on. If we were to talk about specific steps, we have reached an agreement with the audit chamber of Ukraine because prior to that, the Commission required that the future issuer provide audited financial statements with certain other representations that auditors were not in the position to include. Now, we got that out of the way. Now we are also reforming the Commission from the inside now to simplify this procedure. If, while I'm in office, if we succeed in creating a guide which will script the steps that a business should take to close a deal within 3 months, for instance, okay, be it bonds or equities, maybe even if possible earlier than the time you leave office. It is not in the hands of the securities regulator. Well, and while I'm quite proud of our independent status as a regulator, but we still need to seek concurrence from various ministries whenever we issue policy. Now we have a case. We want to launch remote securities account opening. Now, this has actually been done by the National Bank of Ukraine already, and it's and also to conduct KYC procedures remotely. And we would like to blueprint the NBU's experience, but we are not allowed to do this because the Anti-Money Laundering Authority, the Financial Monitoring Committee, is not willing to grant their concurrence, and it's going back to specific steps. What we want to do is just to reform the Commission from the inside to make it sort of easier to understand, because in many situations the Commission requires the same information via various returns, but then we never even analyze or review that information. Okay, in terms of communication, what to expect? To expect more IPOs out of Ukraine, or in Ukraine rather, because you have first-hand information. What about corporate debt markets? Now, most people who've applied to us, they're not prepared to do their bit to increase their own degree of transparency, to pay their fair share in taxes. Those that are ready to do that, their risk is that they may not succeed in raising capital because a good issuer is one that doesn't need financing, but those that have enough financing capacity. So why do it? I'll apply for a loan under 379. I don't need to raise equity. I'm now in talks with highly reputable companies about a financing deal. But there's enough liquidity in the economy, but it could be in deficit tomorrow. So we don't know. But if you actually create an instrument for raising capital quickly, so the two remarks that I would like to make. We stand with the Commission in terms of supporting their proposals about developing the IPO market. We had quite an emotional discussion about a future IPO of state-owned banks, which will hopefully be put up for privatization in the near future. But what I would like to share with you something that I was positively impressed by, the recent strategy approved by the government for Privatbank. One of the privatization paths under that one is an IPO. We are moving in that direction together. It's not that it's all completely easy, and we have a tentative agreement with the owner, but remote KYC is actually crucial for both securities and treasuries markets, because those willing to take part in initial offerings and secondary trading, they are not in a position to travel to Ukraine physically to complete their leg of the KYC procedure. And we are working to simplify at the path for those willing to open a securities account at the Ukrainian bank, for that, to enable them to complete KYC remotely, because there is no compromising on KYC, but to enable KYC remotely is something that we should do. Do I understand correctly that using a mobile app that a Ukrainian citizen will be allowed to open a securities account? It is already possible to do that now. Now, it is just with one qualification. It is possible for banks, but for non-banking financial institutions, there is one case, but it's actually very hard. There's something I would like to add, that the work that we've done with the National Bank and where our relationship is much better. It's a great message for the market. Sergei Butkin, 2 questions. We already touched upon one of those. At the start of this discussion, it's more of a kind of the Ukrainian capital market, if in terms of comparing it with other capital markets. Why is it that Russia and Kazakhstan have a market and Ukraine does not seem to have one? And now new instruments. We touched upon land certificates, and in light of the opening of the land market, it opens up quite some opportunities, not only for agricultural businesses, but other market participants, in terms of why those neighboring countries that you name, they have an equity market and Ukraine doesn't have one. And it's because our market has been developing in a top-down fashion. So a certain perfect picture was painted for a perfect market with a perfect infrastructure. It's like in that joke about fish. So it's if somebody doesn't have fish, but the other guy says, you start frying, fish will come. So it's actually all on a conceptual basis. But in those other countries, market has been developing from the bottom up. So there was a proto-security created called the investment voucher. And it was, and at that time the government issued a very large amount of proto-securities, out of which a securities market was born. So public property was parceled out into small bits and then there was each citizen was given one bit, and then they were bought up by some operators, and then this was followed by the creation of Renaissance Capital and Alpha Capital, and then this is how the market infrastructure that we know now was created, and then they started agreeing how to trade, what to trade. So it was actually created by market participants. Isn't that the path of all stock exchanges? Yes, de facto, but in our situation, and back in the 1990s, that we were kind of building paper planes, and we thought that those paper planes would fly, and we created an infrastructure without any idea what it is that we would be trading in. Now, there is this positive, good relationship of indeed a strong degree of cooperation between the National Bank, Ministry of Finance, and the National Securities Regulation to create one security with very large volume, to have millions, not each citizen, but essentially having millions of shareholders without strong concentrations, so that the one holding that paper, at least to avoid initial concentrations, to preclude market makers from forming too early. But it's just, and then we need a story, a good and sensible economic story behind this. If you buy this security, it's either you're going to make money by receiving your deserved dividend, or a foreign investor is going to come in and offer you good money for your security. So the government has a lot in terms of assets. Ukraine has land still owned by the government. As a citizen, it would be good to know that I am entitled to a piece of it that I can sell. Naftogaz, the oil and gas corporation. Why not privatize it? Why not pass special legislation to impose certain restrictions on its corporate governance for the government to hold the golden share in that newly incorporated public company, but then distribute shares in that to the Ukrainian population? That in 18 months' time, the whole market infrastructure created previously will be enabled, and a civilized market will pop up overnight. And Ruslan is going to end up regulating a very sizable market of several $billion. If that market is created, private issuers are going to come in, because a private issuer has no incentive. They have no basis, no evidence that if they go for it and spend a lot of money and time, but if a benchmark is created, that if they have Naftogaz, the oil and gas corporation, to follow, trading so impressively that if somebody working in the next sector, they could go, okay, I can do the same. I could issue stock and raise capital if I need additional capital. Is there a market of just one security? Is it conceivable? It is conceivable. But if that security is large, in terms of volume, a large issue, widely distributed, and an economic rationale for holding. But if we look at the most developed market, the U.S. market, the S&P 500, it's up to 5,000 companies listed. It's still a market of a pretty small number of issuers. In Australia, where I live, half the market is 7 corporations, one of the largest stock markets. We can create. So it's not a valid argument that one security, one issue is not enough. It is enough initially, but the companies that you name, speaking of the National Oil and Gas Company or land, it's in the hands of the Cabinet of Ministers and the Ukrainian Parliament that should allow it, and the State Property Fund. The State Property Fund should initiate this. There needs to be somebody championing this, somebody who will come forward publicly and make a strong statement why we're doing this. And Ruslan will go, yes, indeed, we have the infrastructure to accommodate that. If we do this, the nation will benefit. We'll have high trading volume, we will have fees paid for registration. I could go on for hours and hours and hours, but in this particular case, this is indeed a genuine path to raising capital. Then the first step should be taken by the government, and then private capital will follow. What about the land market? It's not only land owned by the government, but this will provide an important benchmark for those holding those land parcels. I've talked to people leasing land. Yeah, there is a market, but it is very minuscule. Given the size of Ukraine from east to west, it is not a representative sample, but those that I spoke with, that when large landowners who lease land from tens of thousands of landowners, and they go, and then they start asking themselves the question, how would I sell my parcel, my land plot? It's a very small proportion of those. They don't know how much their land is worth. They need a benchmark in order to derive what their land is worth from that benchmark. So otherwise, the government should take the first step. So the government is the chief architect, and it's supposed to take the first step. Now, a follow-up question. Now, the Securities Commission has signed a memorandum under which a new exchange is going to be created. A question to Sergei: does Ukraine need another exchange? What would be the added value to a market participant, not to the regulator that signed it? I don't really know, but if you were to ask me to share my view on this, I would probably try and put it in very simple terms. Look, how many do we have currently? 5 or 10 exchanges? 3. Okay, 3. There is a reason why they're not working. Nothing to trade in, and probably, maybe it's jinxed. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with it. Maybe it's cursed. But I would rather create one security that would demand a new exchange than create an exchange waiting for something to trade in. Unless we have a very solid concept how we would do both things in parallel, as we create a tradable instrument and a platform, an exchange that is arguably better than the ones that exist currently. Well, I wanted this outside perspective because many people have heard about this as something that's coming up. Now we have 2 Sergeys sitting side by side. So we're the 2 Sergeys, we are wearing these checkered suits, both of us. Now, no, you are working in the non-banking financial sector. What is some of the benefits that your sector has to offer? That in Europe, up to 50% is the share of it in debt financing. Why is Ukraine so small? This is actually quite a popular financing model. And if we are focused on SME financing, this is a huge market with great prospects. What are some of the benefits compared to banks? It is a lot more agile and fast. If we're working with a business, it's always an individual path, an individual story. And it's a type of investment, either debt or a loan or something. But looking at our results, we have a very cool portfolio. Our NPL rate is less than 5%. NPL is non-performing loans. Those that are not a single default. Now, it's all owing to our risk management, that indeed applying bespoke processes and tailored approaches to both origination and disbursement. So we have over 2 million sole proprietorships. Ukraine has one of the highest proportions of sole proprietorships per 10,000 population. It's some 70 sole proprietorships per 10,000. It is a very high proportion and something to work with. But they are thirsty for investment instruments. We have lots of cases of investment in SMEs, and this would provide an incentive for them to operate in the formal economy in order to be eligible as an investment opportunity. And if we were to look at it from an investor's perspective, what we need from the regulator's perspective is a powerful communications strategy. We don't have competition, which is good and cool. But on the other hand, okay, in the short term, but in the long term, it means that there is no influx of customers, because the customers by and large don't know about any of that stuff. Shares and bonds and everything. We need to raise awareness, and who is supposed to do that? Is that the regulator's job too? But I think that should be initiated from both sides. It's a story of collaboration, of communication, and yes, in the professional environment it is easier to disseminate information, but you need to work together with the regulator. But from the investor's perspective, it's a lengthy process of raising capital, using stock instruments. It's something that acts as a disincentive, but there are funds who quickly sell their issues now. But if they sell an issue and then it takes them another six months to create the next issue, and then we have investors with cash taken from under their mattresses, and then they're ready to invest and then pay taxes and all that. But they can't invest those funds. And then they see that cash flowing to foreign markets, and they are happy to oblige. So what would you do to help to retain this cash? Simple procedures, clear accountabilities for investment managers, and to lower entry barriers, and to enable non-banking financial institutions to raise investments from the retail market. But the manager should have some skin in the game. Now, we've got Timur connecting online. And the question more, I understand that you are business, you are very active in brokerage, but this panel is about raising investment. What do you think about the prospects that Ukrainian businesses might have to raise investments? What is lacking? Are those prospects even there? But let's be honest. Now, the good news is that our investor base keeps consistently growing. The treasuries market has laid the initial foundations, and Ukrainians actively investing in foreign markets. They are earning useful experience, and then you approach them about a Ukrainian company tapping the market. They will have already earned quite an understanding of how all this works, and they're not only looking at foreign investment stories, but at local placements as well. And it's important to hold on to initial investor trust, because to create procedures to raise capital and then to allow access to everyone to an exchange, that may not be the right path either. Yeah, it's certainly important to create viable procedures, but it's not that we need to create a market for all businesses. Entry barriers must exist. In the US, they think that if a company wants to be public, the price tag is $2 million additionally that you spend, American price tags, yeah. You spend an additional disclosures on having your accounts audited, that sort of thing. Many will prefer to stay private, and that it is a conscious choice to keep the bar high enough. The message is that you've got to be big enough, sustainable enough to enable uneducated individual investors to invest in you. There need to be instruments that to be potentially lucrative for the market, and it takes time to create this chemistry, to create this trust. But either the government should take a really prominent role, but the stock market is always for big business, small, medium-sized businesses. They could raise financing through high-yield bonds, and that is also quite a viable path. And those markets are growing very rapidly in Russia and in Kazakhstan, and we are taking steps in Ukraine too. We need to eliminate arbitrage operations to actually on things like and to eliminate tax disadvantages. And this is something that many countries have tripped over. Ukraine is more or less balanced from that perspective. We should create incentives to encourage more participants to enter the stock markets. But it's premiums that could be offered to incentivize market growth. But this market has quite good prospects. But we need to pursue a measured and consistent approach to create a core market and create benchmarks for people to see that, yes, you can do it here. But at the same time, we don't want to see 5 companies go public, of which 3 then file for bankruptcy. This will kill the idea. So idea that Sergei Butkin articulated about government-sponsored or promoted IPO. How do you think private investors would be excited about investing in such in a certain segment? Indeed, it's what Sergei expressed. It actually sounds very valid from my perspective. Theoretically, it is possible that maybe big business can try and create a market without using the government, but it's more difficult. So in Kazakhstan, the domestic stock market was very much spurned on by the government. But I'm actually ready to subscribe to Sergei's words. Now, we only have 10 minutes left, and I would like to ask all panelists to keep their contributions brief. How to make people pull cash from under their mattresses and invest it. And what about other methods of simplification? Now we still have restrictions on investing large amounts in foreign markets. So how to achieve this? Now, we are seeing quite a relaxation in terms of reducing capital restrictions now. Dividends are allowed to be expatriated in this country, and investment can be made. Now we have some restrictions for individuals. 50,000, 100, 2,000, that limit was increased, and I think that there is this confident progress that we've recently also revoked certain restrictions in the derivatives market, and sort of certain. It's actually there's a roadmap in the law, so I don't think there are many complaints about this particular area of regulation, and a really viable instrument to encourage people to invest is the non-banking financial institutions segment, and it's something that Mr. Sergei Wozniak spoke about. We are now upgrading legislation. The previous, then again, the laws that are currently in effect are sort of something like 20 years old. We have quite strong buy-in on the part of industry associations contributing to this discussion, but the market is indeed a more dynamic one, and it offers a fast track for clients. But because it is smaller in terms of volume, in a good way, so there are banks present here can say that we also operate in the retail banking market, yes, but their decision-making cycles are longer at a bank. I'm just stating the obvious. I don't want to offend anyone. Maybe there was maybe a year or 2 years before the pandemic where the non-banking financial institutions would bring about the demise of the banking sector. Probably not anytime soon. But we could employ instruments used by the non-banking financial sector, and also by implementing instruments in the market that private investors understand. And it is, let me reiterate this point, it's not supposed to be, those instruments are not supposed to be plain vanilla or anything, but they are supposed to be those instruments that investors understand. But I do not agree that we should go back to the early 1990s and parcel out those government state monopolies into small bits and privatize them. That was the question to the regulators. So one important instrument, for investor protection. So how is that process evolving? So what to expect for external market participants who are actually quite concerned, knowing the history of hostile raider takeovers, and it's actually the flip side of the coin. Why is it now so difficult? Because when those securities were issued, and in many situations securities were issued to steal investors' cash, and it's the law governing the institutional capacity of this. Look, I was an intern at SEC, and SEC is, people are more scared of the SEC in the US than the district attorney's office. Now, it's in our case, it's in our case, people are afraid of coming to see us. Yeah, but it's okay. Why do it? Why face all this trouble? But it should be feared by crooks, by those committing fraud. But for the Commission to defend issuers, it needs to embrace those new powers that similar to the remit of the National Bank of Ukraine. Now, if the Commission wishes to revoke a license, a licensee has the right to take it to court, and and then win in court and continue committing fraud. So the Commission does not have those powers. Now, another important thing that we raised is that level of pay and competencies, because large powers is a source of great of large temptation. So if traffic police, if they're not paid good salaries, they will take bribes. Yes, but just to avoid this, but this could become a big problem. That's why we are now in dialogue with Parliament, and that is also important, because you cannot empower us to a greater degree without also addressing the level of pay. Yeah, but the Commission has a problem. A lot of people working, 500 people being paid very low salaries, and we are now working to do something about it and to improve things. But in order to do it indeed to a high standard, well, I'm not talking about salary, internationally competitive salary rates, but competitive by Ukrainian standards. So there are those some of those penalties may be a little too high for Ukraine, but I think that penalties may need to be reconciled with the Ukrainian reality. But it's like can Ukrainian companies raise capital? Now, we've spoken hypothetically about the state selling assets, but what about private equity investments? Yeah, you grow and become an MHP, a colonel, someone eligible to tap foreign markets in Warsaw and London and Frankfurt, neighboring countries, and most countries, and both to the north and to the south of Ukraine, and those that Timor represents, shown very clearly. Then if you large and economically viable with a solid business model, then if you're a big enough issuer, you can succeed in raising capital from the exchange. But I quite agree with Timor, and if you are not mature enough, you shouldn't pursue it prematurely. And it's like, if I can share a story very briefly, because we're running out of time now. It's just that it's a story. Once when I worked for a bank, I had the street vendor coming to me and said, "Go, I sell flowers. I have one booth. I've opened a second one, and then I'm going to launch a third one, and then I'll come to see about an IPO transaction." Sergei Pozniak, a question to you. You're not only managing your assets, but you're raising capital from other sources. But what could somebody follow in your footsteps, and your company, can it potentially be an IPO target, or you're too small for it? Well, potentially it could be. I would like to agree with the previous speakers that I quite agree with Cyril that a sustainable financial system is made up of a solid banking sector and a non-banking financial sector, equal in size. And I quite agree with Ruslan's point that indeed the Securities Commission should have sufficient powers to get the market, to rid the market of fraudsters. And I quite agree with Sergei that businesses have a chance of becoming potentially eligible as investment opportunities using stock market instruments. In terms of scaling up, our experience, even a small business could use securities and stock market instruments if the fund is investing in really solid instruments. And this is a way of financing SMEs, and those SMEs are being brought up to the market that they begin to pursue a path of operating in the formal economy, growing, and eventually growing mature enough to raise financing from an exchange. Timor, your experience with IPOs in New York, how long have IPO transactions taken? how much have you had to invest, and now retail Ukrainian investors are beginning to buy foreign equities. Are you planning to offer your equities for Ukrainian investors? Well, but let me take the last question. The Ukrainian stock market now has a derivative with our equities underlying it, because we are not allowed to trade in foreign equities electronically. While they may be admitted, but we created a derivative to enable those trades, and we're always interested in proposing an instrument whenever a client begins to work with a brokerage house. Then you begin to develop your relationship and gain trust, and we have a lot of shareholders among our clients, and it's something that helped develop our business to build a long-term relationship. This is one of the big benefits of living a public life. In terms of price, we started down this path a little too prematurely. We actually started down this path when we had sales of $20 million per year. It was clearly very small as our top. Now our top line is measured in hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe a year ago it would have been the right time to start, but it took us some 2.5 years. It was a lengthy path, and it was if we had been a larger ticket, we could have covered this in 8 or 9 months. If you are internationally audited, then signed by one of the big four, and you are in pretty good shape, raising 100, 200 million. In the US market, it's next to impossible to contract a deal smaller than 200 million. It's only if you are some very unique emerging investment story in biotech in the US. But then again, various banks are available to lead your deal. The SEC has looked at not as much at your financials, but at your record in terms of integrity and honesty. We tapped the market when we were very small. We would have covered the same path much faster, but how much we laid down, $700,000 to $800,000 on top of what we had borne before going public, and that is cash that actually you have to keep paying this money even if you're not raising capital. So this should be an amount that is not material to your total assets. But if you are making $70 million per quarter, and then or 700, then it is a worthwhile investment. Now, for instance, when buying assets, now we can settle in our stock. We can settle deals using our stock in the US. We've had deals closed. We are increasing the loyalty of our clients very substantially, but it is also quite a burden, a compliance burden in terms of reporting requirements. It's that direct outlays, the money that you spend on your auditors, but you need to rely on a strong team. And a public life is a long-term commitment that you will continue raising capital, that you will continue using your own stock as currency, and then when you actually learn to do it, then it may be more expensive, but it's quite an exciting story. Our panel is now drawing to close. It's good that the regulators are ready to work together, and those statements made, they've actually shown that there is a systemic improvement in this entire infrastructure. I'm quite inspired by the position taken by the private sector, by the investment and banking sector, financial sector, that markets actually developing. This is a good sign that there's new instruments created, and we are now entering a high growth phase. Thank you for your very cool insights. Thank you.
Big Data – цифровий шлейф, який залишає за собою людина. Він дає вам змогу проаналізувати ваших потенційних клієнтів за визначеними критеріями та систематизувати користувачів за їхніми інтересами. Серед більш ніж 18 мільйонів абонентів Vodafone по всій країні ви зможете знайти клієнтів, схожих на ваших. Ви описуєте вашу поточну клієнтську базу та формуєте детальний портрет вашого споживача, що дає змогу знайти схожих на нього нових клієнтів. Геоаналітика покаже на карті місця та час найбільшої концентрації ваших потенційних клієнтів, і ви зможете комунікувати з ними через онлайн-розсилку. Нарешті, ви будете впевнені, що ваше повідомлення побачать саме зацікавлені люди. Саме те, що необхідно вам. Наприклад, вам треба зацікавити людей річним абонементом до фітнес-комплексу. Поки ваші конкуренти друкують непотрібні листівки та розповсюджують їх навмання, ви залучаєте саме вашу цільову аудиторію. Vodafone Analytics моделює клієнтів за зазначеними критеріями, саме тих, кому буде цікава пропозиція, і дає вам змогу проінформувати їх. Може, ви фінансова установа, яка заохочує людей до кредитування? Ми проаналізуємо ваших клієнтів і знайдемо схожих на них людей. Або ви магазин одягу, якому треба зрозуміти портрет свого покупця. Ви описуєте ваших клієнтів і знаходите збіги. Якби ви були автомобільним магазином, то могли б розіслати інформування про свою акцію всім потенційним автомобілістам міста. Таргетована розсилка, лук-елайк, геоаналітика, портрет споживача – це неодмінна складова успіху вашого бізнесу. Vodafone Analytics.
А може, ну його це все? І купимо річну передплату Мегого зі знижкою 33%?
Що таке, чому раніше не казав?
Стільки прем'єр ще не передивлено.
Мегого. І вдома краще. Україна. Дім. Європейське. Сучасне. Повне життя. Із запитом на нове. З жагою до незалежності. Енергія наших змін пульсує, вражає і захоплює. ДТЕК змінюється разом з Україною, впроваджує інновації та сучасні технології, щоб нас знали у світі. А енергія, що змінює країну, не закінчувалась ніколи. ДТЕК. Будуємо нову енергетику України.
Група компаній «Епіцентр» – інвестор номер 1 в Україні. Новий формат торговельних центрів в Україні – це інноваційні концепти, широкий асортимент, сучасне обладнання та європейський сервіс. Майже 20 торгових напрямків забезпечують кращі товари та унікальний клієнтський досвід. Понад 1,5 мільйони квадратних метрів торгової площі, 3000 компаній-постачальників, мільйон товарних пропозицій, понад 6 мільйонів учасників програми лояльності «Вигода». Ми стаємо ще кращими, комфортними, зручними та інноваційними для наших відвідувачів. Щомісяця інтернет-магазин «Епіцентр.ua» має понад 20 мільйонів відвідувань. Наші онлайн-продажі стають ще швидшими та доступнішими. А сучасні фулфілмент-центри забезпечують стабільну та налагоджену логістику. Транспортний парк «Епіцентру» є найбільшим в Україні. На вітчизняні та міжнародні автошляхи щодня виїжджає понад 3000 автомобілів, щоб доставити вчасно необхідний товар в торгові центри та до покупців. Наша гордість – виробництво завод керамічної плитки «Епіцентр Керамік Корпорейшн» з інноваційним високотехнологічним обладнанням. Постачає продукцію в понад 30 країн світу. А розбудова сучасних елеваторних хабів у структурі «Епіцентр Агро» покращує зернову інфраструктуру, забезпечує продовольчу безпеку країни. Епіцентр – соціально відповідальна компанія. Спільний проект «Епіцентр дітям» та фонду «Реал Мадрид» став найкращим в світі. Ми підтримуємо медичну галузь в Україні. Наша особлива підтримка спорту. Ми творимо майбутнє країни.
Welcome to the heart of Ukraine's green steel. Interpipe Steel is a place of modern views and technologies. The place where the future of the Ukrainian industry was born and is now developing, casting, and coming true. Interpipe Steel Company follows international standards. It's the largest private investment in the history of independent Ukraine. Innovative and eco-friendly, Interpipe Steel is the only company in the country which is running the European Green Deal policy. Policy for eco-modernization for achieving favorable climate goals. Products made out of our high-quality steel are represented in more than 80 countries. It is used in production of high-speed trains running in Europe, in pipes that cool every third building in Dubai. Our main mission is to create comfortable, eco-friendly conditions for the world and future generations. In order to
All right then, I suggest we begin our panel discussion, whose title is Global Climate Policy. What should businesses prepare for? Lena Sikolenko, it is my privilege to moderate this very important panel. We know that climate change does not only create adverse weather conditions, but it's also creating negative impact on economic growth. And this is a very broad area that we will be discussing as we explore climate change in terms of it being a new paradigm or new trends and how it is going to affect the real economy. And we will hear from international experts from both Ukrainian and foreign businessmen and how to adapt to this crucial global change. And we will explore 4 areas of focus. We would like to focus on new rules of conducting business. And what are those rules? Is that some kind of a new facade, or does it have any substance behind that facade? And the next item that we're going to discuss is sustainable development. If we look at sustainable development, it's made up of 3 components: economy, ecology, social sphere. Is it possible to maintain these things in balance while holding on to leading market positions? And we very much look forward to learning the views of our distinguished panelists. And another important dimension is regulatory evolution that we are observing in the European Union and what is going on in Ukraine's legislative arena and what is going on in terms of change and the political environment, and how is the political environment helping or not helping to incentivize businesses to become more environmentally sustainable. Now I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists. It is a large group of people, and I will be presenting the speakers. Now here on my left is Denis Morozov. Denis Morozov is first deputy chair of Interpipe, and this is one of the few people who knows Interpipe through and through. According to my information, you have been working at Interpipe for over 20 years, and that is quite impressive. I once paid a visit to Interpipe on my way somewhere, and we'll very much look forward to learning your views and to the views of your sector. I'm also happy to welcome Dmytro Sakharuk, Executive Director of DTAC. Dmytro has been with DTAC for also a considerable number of years. He's held a series of posts over the years. DTAC is Ukraine's energy company, and if you follow DTAC news and if you look at the news feed, there is a lot of coverage devoted to climate change, to environmentally sustainable innovations, and we will going to learn more about this industry and challenges facing it. Our next speaker is from Germany, Donataus Kaufmann, Senior Partner at Berlin Global Advisors. It's a consultancy on geostrategic and public administration issues. It's a very insightful motto of the company: smart management of an uncertain world. Donatus has over 20 years of experience in various sectors, from metals to telecommunications to commerce, government relations, both at the national level in Germany and at the EU level. Ernst Ulrich von Weizsäcker, Chairman Emeritus of the Club of Rome, and a former chair of the IPCC. Mr. Weizsäcker is one of the top 100 thinkers of the world, a leading authority in climate change and sustainable development. He is the author of the Jubilee Come On report for the Club of Rome. And we're going to learn about new trends from Mr. Ulrich. Now, our next speaker is Alexander Dombrovsky, Vice President of MHP, President of MHP Eco Energy, Chair of the Board of Directors of the Green Platform Global 100 RE Ukraine. MHP is one of Ukraine's leading companies that actually sets the tone for sustainability, for sustainable development, a circular economy, and all those related areas. It would be indeed very good to find out more about Kyrylo Krivolap. Last but not least, is head of the Center of Economic Recovery, serving as aide to the Prime Minister. He has decades of experience in the public sector and in government institutions. It's under Kyrylo's leadership that such important policies papers as the National 2030 Economic Growth Strategy was created. Thank you. I would like to welcome again all our panelists, and now I would like us to discuss some of the key features and key questions of this panel, and this will be followed by individual questions for individual panelists. I suggest that we go one by one. We under quite some time pressure. So our biggest question: what has been the biggest change in terms of climate policy for a company, and what should businesses expect from the perspective of your sector? How are you preparing for it, unless you're ready, really? Thank you for the question. Thank you for inviting me. This indeed is a very important topic, and it's certainly worth discussing in all formats. And it is the state of the environment, and it is a global agenda. Now, more specifically to your question, who or what is the driver of all this? And the driver is the European Union and its institutions. And this Green Deal that has been proposed as a new concept, as a new deal, is basically to contain very dramatically CO2 emissions by 2050. Now, this is actually followed by leading corporations, Mercedes and Siemens, and they've also committed themselves to reducing emissions. And those commitments go beyond their own operations, but also they're extending those commitments to their suppliers, encouraging them to reduce their carbon footprint. I represent the metals sector. It has a huge role to play, and it's automobiles and trains and shipbuilding. Those are all very steel-intensive industries, and so if the metals sector reduce CO2 emissions, this will have a knock-on effect on related industries, and a new tax is going to be introduced in Europe for anyone wishing to export their goods to the EU. So then if you are above that, then those importers will have to pay, which will be introduced shortly. Now, Ukraine is now actively creating legislation, and in particular to set caps on emissions, and there is a law governing emissions, and Ukraine is going to tighten up its grip on CO2 emissions, and penalties for excessive emissions will be dramatically increased. And so the takeaway for us in metals is we need to prepare for this. We need to upgrade our steel making technologies, like converter. Steel production is 2 tons of CO2 per 1 ton of steel. So in the EU it's 800 to 1600 kilos, and this new technologies could potentially enable us to dramatically reduce our carbon footprint. So the new plant that we have built, we invest about $1 billion. It's 250 kilos per 1 ton of steel produced. That's 8 times lower than the old technologies. Now, we need to upgrade our production facilities. This certainly triggers hundreds of millions of dollars in investment. Now, Dmitro, for your industry, how has climate change affected the energy sector, and what has the company been doing about it? No, thank you. We are looking at it. It's not even a trend. It's just new reality, and it is as real and as relevant here as anywhere else. And this is not about today. This is not about yesterday. This is about the future. We appreciate only too keenly that unless you change, unless you follow this trend and accept and embrace this reality, you will die as a business, as a company. It's not just because you will no longer enjoy a license to operate, license being sort of understood generally, but this means that you will not be able to pursue your business because you will be disrupting a supply chain holding itself to those standards, and even your clients may not be around tomorrow, but because they will not be able to use your product. So the energy sector is one big source of emissions contributing to global climate change, and we're facing the task of reinventing ourselves. We started out as a traditional coal company, converting coal to power, and this story certainly is finite. Everyone is talking about coal phase out, and Ukraine is also following down this path, not just because that we have declared a commitment to this, but simply because coal deposits are being depleted, and we are actually committing ourselves increasingly to building more wind farms and solar farms, and now we are building another wind farm at Teligul in the south of Ukraine. This serves as evidence that we are embracing those trends, and we are switching to more sustainable fuels with a much smaller carbon footprint. It's not only about generation, it's also about storage for deferred consumption. We are talking about investing in better storage. And we've launched a pilot project this year, 1 megawatt capacity. We've actually deployed it at a traditional power plant. And this is indeed, we're now looking at another 50 megawatt project for better storage. And this week, so I've already shared this, we have delivered the first service is a 24-hour battery storage that's supplied power in pilot mode. But this is only the first step. Now the world is talking about new fuels. It's not coal or even gas being an intermediary. The next fuel is hydrogen. And it's not something that we should be phasing in anytime soon, but definitely so towards the end of the century. But we need to start developing those technologies, and we are thinking of building a pilot project power to power. Actually, to begin using hydrogen additives to gas, it's only through those pilot trials that we can actually push the envelope and create benchmarks for others to follow. And I'm quite confident tomorrow clients will come back to us and say, I'm not prepared to buy power produced from fossil fuels. I'm not prepared to buy unsustainable power. We would like to become carbon neutral by 2040. This will entail very substantial investments, but this is something that the other panelists will be discussing, but it's the company that reforms itself, transforms itself, and becomes a good corporate citizen is the one that will survive at the end of the day. Next question to you, Donatus.
In the steel sector as well, with ThyssenKrupp. I was 6 years in the board of ThyssenKrupp before, and I used to work as well in other sectors, industry sectors. So what my comments today relate to industry as a general. And first of all, one has to be aware, and that was said before as well, the climate change, CO2 neutrality and energy transition is really a paradigm change for the companies. In the EU especially, in Germany especially as well, because Germany within the EU is even the front runner, and it was already mentioned that the EU is the driver of the whole thing. So if you look to what happened in the last years, you see the enormous dynamic of the regulation in the EU. It began with the emission trading system in 2005, well, then came the Green Deal in 2019, then came EU taxonomy, green bond regulation, and now Fit for 55. So this is a tremendous dynamic, and companies have to find answers to that. And they do. For example, ThyssenKrupp, just to make you aware, to go the hydrogen route, for one side, the biggest side of ThyssenKrupp, the price tag is 10 billion euro. So the question is, who pays for that, and how to manage the change, the transformation? And if you look to the regulation, we have the international regulation. It was Kyoto, it was Paris Agreement. They are the COP conferences which precise all this regulation. You have the EU level, which I mentioned, the EU Green Deal and all the regulation. But for example, to name you one frontrunner state in regulation, Germany, there was the exit from nuclear power, there was the exit from coal power, and now there is a resharpened climate law, which says you have to fulfill 65% reduction of CO2 until 2030, and the EU is only with 55. So you see, the driver of the regulation is huge. And the big question is, who co-finances the transformation change of those industries which are energy intensive, and they need a kind of co-financing to really fix the biggest sources of CO2 in industry.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ulrich, please.
Well, I suggest that of the two big trends for industry, for civilization, digitalization and decarbonization, the latter one goes much deeper than the first one. But everybody else believes it's the other way around. Digitization is everything, and the rest, the dirty things, we leave out, you know. So I propose the opposite of that. Why? 10 years ago, we had statistics about the correlation between GDP per person and carbon dioxide emissions per person. And there were exact correlation. The more GDP, the more CO2 emissions. And now we want to do the opposite, which is an enormously ambitious goal, but it's necessary. I was member of parliament in Germany for the Social Democrats. And together with my friend Hermann Scheer, I was one of the initiators of the feed-in tariffs law, which meant that producers of solar or wind or others would be rewarded by a full cost-covering remuneration. And of course, we were called completely mad doing that, because at the time, 1 kilowatt hour solar would cost roughly €1. And then, of course, all economists in Germany and beyond said we are completely mad by destroying billions and billions of Deutschmarks or of euros by this stupid law. So we were under heaviest attack. But this law led to a continuous reduction of prices, and nowadays, in Germany, a kilowatt hour of solar costs roughly 5 cents, so a factor of 20 less. But in North Africa, a kilowatt hour of solar costs €1, you know? That gives a possibility for green hydrogen to become absolutely competitive with oil, coal, gas, or whatever. And that, I believe, is the good news of the transition we are working on, so that the climate-neutral industry can probably be reached in something like 25 years.
Дуже дякую. Але знову ж таки.
Thank you, but I'm getting the impression that there is a price tag on climate change, and various parties will pay their own price in particular countries. That some are consumers and some are picking up the tab on this. So thank you. Let me now hand over to Alexander. Now, how is climate change or climate change related transformations are developing in your particular sector in agriculture? Let me try and use a couple of slides we prepared just to, this is a new reality, this is a new life. But I think that it's an old problem that has actually snowballed into something that we simply can't afford to disregard. So global warming was diagnosed back in the 60s as a global concern, and the Nobel Prizes were awarded for discovering global warming almost 50 years ago. Like 70%, over 70% of global warming and related CO2 emissions come from fossil fuels being used in power generation. And it is a very simple path. We've got to reduce energy consumption, unit consumption, and we've got to replace fossil fuels with cheap renewable fuels, and some of those may be even cheaper than fossil fuels. On the other hand, if we were to analyze the situation in this country from the perspective of even over the 30 years of independence, the minimum, I'm emphasizing this for the benefit of journalists, at least $300 billion has been spent on importing energy. If we were to look at all sectors, all areas of exports, including the informal economy, Ukraine's economy has lost over the 30 years of independence on importing energy. It's 3 times our annual GDP, almost 3 times. This is the price that Ukraine's paid for being energy inefficient. On the other hand, if we were to look at the energy efficiency of individual countries, we've got to admit that Ukraine has one of the most energy-intensive economies. And given that around 70% of this carbon footprint is related to CO2 emissions, so it is a direct correlation. Now, if you look at this graph, and if you find Singapore and Germany and Turkey, where Ukraine stands in terms of the energy intensity of its GDP, this offers potentially very huge savings to propel economic growth and Ukrainian businesses. And we use this company as an example because energy efficiency is something that we have been working on at MHP for a number of years, and this is what makes us competitive in international markets, because our products that we produce in Ukraine, we sell them in over 60 country markets. But in terms of the energy intensity of our products, it is on a par with the highest European standards, which makes us competitive when trading with the EU, and by US standards being now the second largest producer of poultry in the whole of Europe. And we've set ourselves a very ambitious goal. We have committed ourselves to becoming carbon neutral by 2030. A lot has been done to achieve that, but the key elements are very simple, is to promote energy efficiency where we can, and we've spoken quite extensively about this, and I'm convinced that for our country and for our companies, we must adopt energy efficiency as part of our national identity. Without addressing or improving energy efficiency economy-wide, we will never achieve our full potential of competitiveness. Now, we need to promote renewable fuels and new technologies and green hydrogen and biomethane, biogas-based technologies that we have been using successfully for several years. We can't be innovative, can't be successful without being innovative. We've been investing in innovations, very considerable sums, and we set ourselves the goal of decarbonization. And under the Green Deal that has been adopted by the European Union, we have upgraded to a circular economy model to become fully environmentally sustainable. This is a tall order. It's quite an ambitious goal. But by consolidating resources and technologies and our vision, we've adopted a dedicated program. We think that we can rise to the challenge. Thank you. It's indeed very rewarding to recognize individual companies who've committed themselves to reaching carbon neutrality as individual goals, and they're prepared to move at a much faster pace than the rest of the nation. And I'm curious to find out about climate change related policies from the government perspective. It's actually good to be the last to speak because a lot has been covered. Ukraine is a member of the club of countries that's been increasing GDP and increasing its CO2 emissions. This is a big challenge because under the current growth strategy, we are seeking to double our GDP. And in terms of CO2 emissions, the government has approved the nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, and this set a very ambitious goal. Ukraine is really one of the top 3 countries by reduced emissions due to the economic decline, but it's about minus 16%, minus the baseline scenario, because we will be growing and increasing emissions, so this poses quite some challenge. And when the first draft of that goal was proposed by the Ministry of the Environment, and it wasn't fully costed out, but the business associations came on board and expert groups came, and out of the discussion a balanced document was born, which referred to what it would take for us to achieve that transition of 35%. And this document talks about support from our trading partners in order to support our industry. We're talking about a reform of climate-related finance, because that transformation will require anywhere or close to 50 billion euros additionally over the next decade to finance that transformation, which also covers consumer spending, including the buying of new cars and all that. Now, the nation spends a little over €1 billion per year, not 5, not 10. Now, we are also talking about promoting renewable fuels, and the government must give a clear indication about its plans of renewable fuels and action it needs to take to create a balancing market to promote renewable fuels. That is another challenge. Now, an emissions trading scheme. All this is mentioned in the nationally determined contribution. Although if that is not, those conditions are not met, the level of emissions could reach 42%, not 35%. This is a very honest and pragmatic conversation, which has now been reflected in this important policy statement. Now, we need clarity on how to go about achieving this goal. We need to build a roadmap, and work is underway to create one. And 3 projects are being prepared as we speak. There's one to which KPMG is contributing to create a market model, and the second document is a hydrogen strategy by Berger, together with a couple of hours ago. LGK also presented the proposals to promote hydrogen economy. Now, DTAC is also very active. Met Invest is also looking at this now. And the third document is a plan to promote renewable fuels. The old ones expired. Now we need to adopt a new one. So hopefully all these initiatives will converge in one point to create a green transformation plan for Ukraine, to chart the way forward for businesses in terms of what models to adopt. What about the environmental tax? Before we increase the rate, let's learn to administer it properly and use the proceeds effectively. And the next item on the agenda is climate-related financing. Now, this begs the question in terms of synergies among public authorities, because it's not supposed to be actually taken care of by one single government institution. To achieve carbon neutrality, teamwork is necessary within the public sector. And I've looked at the strategy, and it's where it talks about decarbonization, it devotes quite some attention to it. But we are used to seeing one thing on paper and a very different picture within the industry. And there is a lack of understanding of some points of procedure and what is going on this front. Now, in terms of how this policy-making process is currently developing from what we've seen from our perspective within the government, but there's a working group that is being created, but often those working groups are not capable of creating policy papers on their own. Now, we've inherited a Soviet framework of how our cabinet operates, under which each ministry is sort of autonomous, and in some cases a reform agenda can be actually pushed forward quite intensively, when then each one of those ministries could make good progress on their own. But it's when interdepartmental cooperation is concerned, that's where we've seen quite some deceleration of progress. But we've been trying to help this. We've also brought business associations and expert panels on board to help with this. And now the way this process is now constructed, now we formulate hypotheses or assumptions that are put on the table in front of an expert panel, and then we expose this for public comment, and we've done this for our IT education reform and some other areas. And when these assumptions are scrutinized, then then we build a concept and a roadmap. Then we need to earmark resources and designate those responsible for implementation, and then create government instruments. At Truskavets, they developed a governance instrument, but also with support from the Canadian government. But we look forward to seeing this whole process from initial concept note to full implementation. Now, let me go back to the previous speakers. Now, there is this thought. It's actually a fact that the trends, in fact, are pushing the markets forward, and in financial institutions and businesses are particularly receptive to that. When there's pressure, to improve things in light of climate change. Have you been experiencing any impact from financial institutions in terms of your corporate growth strategy? Has it been affected by this in any way? What's changed? No, thank you for the question. When we were building our plant, we got help from a financial institution when we raised financing from SACI, the Italian export credit agency, and we built the plant with that money. So we built it 10 years ago. At that time, the Green Deal was years away, and decarbonization was not the word that was popular at that time. We probably foreshadowed this. We had foresight about this. But I love this dichotomy between decarbonization and digitization. It's actually two sides of one coin. Apparently, we launched digitization and decarbonization 10 years ago. As regards the input of financial institutions, their role is a big one, and but Ukraine needs an ECA, one similar to SACI, the one that helped us build the plant. This would be of great help to support our export operations. And going back to the example of SACI, the one requirement was that when we were building the plant, they had a very simple requirement. We would extend financing, but your plant should be built to the toughest standards and restrictions on emissions. And we got a special agency auditing us, measuring our emissions and checking our documentation, checking our emission sources and all that. So we kind of proactively compliant with that. So and then by gaining achieving that compliance, and we were given the next tranche of financing, and then when we commissioned the plant, and they came along several times to redo their measurements to make sure that our emissions were still within check, and it was a matter of principle for them, a condition precedent for their financing. Is it now a good habit now? Now, when you print a bond or you place another financial instrument, or you're working with investors, well, some 50% of investors, but half, it's all about the ESG section, is that the one, the sustainable development, and it's all what all investors are genuinely interested in. It's not, it's a global agenda. It's about the survival of our species. The global, you can't afford to reduce in one place and increase emissions somewhere else, because it's a global balance at the end of the day. That's what's brought this into sharper relief, and it's gaining. And a company not committed to ESG it's next to impossible to raise funding to attract investors. A related question to you, and I would like to hear more about ESG and its path, because for the benefit of those who may not know this is the measure that enables you to measure a company's performance using non-financial metrics, exposing any potential risk that may not be visible when you look at the company's financial accounts. Dmitry? Thank you. What I would like to say is I would like to address investments, and then there's been talk about the price tag on this to complete this transition to new fuels, new technologies, and how much is it all going to cost. And the investors' profile has evolved, and investors increasingly reluctant to invest in technologies that harm the environment and actually killing our future. And now it's only large investments are now committed to new businesses, but there's money still, short-lived investments, hunting for high yield, and there's still investors investing in coal mining operations and traditional businesses, but there's an increasing amount of investment accruing towards the ESG sustainable sector. But if you open Bloomberg, that's some 800 ESG metrics covering the whole spectrum, from CO2 emissions per $1 of EBITDA, or number of women with seats on the board of directors, or some other measures that were not relevant a short while ago. It is impossible to ignore this any further, and it becomes increasingly more difficult to raise substantial investments by a company that is not ESG sustainable. Now, the next question is destination country. So we understand that whenever an investment is made, in Africa, for instance, there may be very good conditions for solar energy production. But the question is, can you protect your investment in Africa? But logistically, if you have operations in the in the heartland of Africa, how are you going to transport that energy if it is cheap to produce it there? So going back to investment is always related to risk. Risk is certainly, it depends on your sector and on the country to which you are investing. And if we're talking about raising investment in Ukraine, we're talking about reducing sovereign risk for the country of Ukraine. And this is about Ukraine's global competitiveness, because an investor with $1 billion can either invest in Ukraine or they can invest in the UAE. And the risk profiles are very different, admittedly. And so now Ukraine needs to send a powerful signal. Yes, we're doing it. B, this is we need stability. We need predictability. No one is going to commit funds to such major projects if tomorrow policy can change. Ukraine has actually pulled off a quantum leap in increasing our renewable energy by pace of construction. But we embarked on the right trajectory. We fell victim to our own success. And we started thinking, okay, let's change the rules of the game. Let's reduce the feed-in tariff that my colleague, Mr. Weizsäcker, invented years ago. And then the investor goes, should I continue investing now? Hydrogen. No one is going to invest money if there is no chance of recovering your investment. So, predictability is based on trust, investor trust in the country, in how predictable the country is. What confidence do I have my investment is going to be protected in 10 years? Now, look, why there is this flight of investors from China? It's not that China is not growing. The issue is that in China, even if you are the wealthiest individual, Alibaba was one example, your company can be taken away from you. So why not invest in Germany? Yes, the risk-reward profile is not going to be as exciting, but there's no question about your rise in investment not being protected in Germany. But we are pioneers because we were among the first companies to raise 325 million worth of bonds, and we've used this cash to build our solar farms. But it's a bumpy road. People find it hard to part with their money. And what could enhance our chances is to make this country a more predictable place. Europe is talking about 240 billion per year to finance the energy transition. But our GDP, it's 1.7% of GDP. It's up to 50 billion per year. I don't think we can raise this money domestic, even if such money were to be found. People holding this money will think, is it worthwhile? Should I pursue this investment? So we should, and we said the decoupling, to decouple GDP growth from CO2 emissions, it is impossible to achieve this decoupling without that investment. And it's only the transparency and that money is going to be invested by both domestic and foreign investors. Now, investment is a pretty important and broad topic, and it is not one that is Donatus. Now, regarding investment, international investment, and whether Ukraine is attractive as an investment destination in terms of sector, what is your vision?
Perspective, we know that we need transnational cooperation, and Ukraine is very well positioned naturally in terms of renewable energy source production and hydrogens. Wind, sun, you have sweet water, not only salt water, which is a factor as well. So you have some USPs in the Ukraine that in principle it's a very good location for producing this. And for example, the European Union really needs huge quantities of hydrogen. There could be a value chain and business model between Ukraine and the EU, and especially with Germany, with all this heavy industry, energy-intensive industry, that renewables and hydrogen are produced in the Ukraine, transmitted by pipelines or other means to Central Europe and delivered there. Of course, you're not alone, and my colleague already said that you have Saudi Arabia, you have Australia, and many other countries, so it's a rat race. And the earliest one, the quickest one, who has the best conditions will win, because the European Union installs as well competitive mechanisms in terms of pricing of hydrogen. So it's not just the long-term contracts which we will have, there will be the introduction of competitive auctions. And so Ukraine has really to work on deliver effectively and efficiently at a decent price. They are hydrogen and the others. On the other hand, there's a big interest as well in really cooperation, technical cooperations, develop big solar parks, big wind parks, big hydrogen stacks for production of hydrogen. There are, of course, companies who want to invest, not only the financial investors, but companies who want to invest into plants in Ukraine. Both look on what are the investment conditions compared to other countries. And there, one of the weak points is political stability and the issue of anti-corruption. And that was mentioned by the Prime Minister this morning as well, that they really fiercely fight to improve those factors. It is really, from my point of view, very essential to make a SWOT analysis of Ukraine compared to other alternative providers. Where are the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities and threats of Ukraine, and be realistic. No wishful thinking. Really analyze that independently, and then you will see what are the winning points, the USPs, and where are the weaknesses, and work then very targetedly on the weaknesses. There are so many advantages as well of Ukraine. For example, in comparison to Saudi Arabia, you have already the connection of the transmission networks. Yeah, no other country of those who are engaged in investing heavily in renewable production and hydrogen has that to Europe. So naturally there are advantages, but don't wait that you are alone. There is competition, and so you have to work on those things.
Thank you very much. Продовжуючи саме таку...
Yeah, just to, while we are on this particular subject, let me ask a question to Mr. Weizsäcker. Now, there is a sort of an evolution, transformation of values driven by climate change. And just as we were discussing, this is having an impact on the financial markets. How could a global community potentially help those countries complete the climate-driven transition? What help could come from the global community?
Difficult to answer. I'd like to make two different remarks related to your questions. One, evidently, I was very happy about the statement that investors need predictability. I think that's very important. So the role of the state must not be underestimated. In America, everybody believes the state is nonsense and private business is good. This is a completely mad philosophy on the other side of the Atlantic. I mean, with Biden, it's getting better, but nevertheless, I've been living 6 years of my life in America, and I was always shocked by the hatred against the state. And it's the state that you need to create some kind of predictability. But I go further than that. Our competition law, including in the WTO, essentially gives the winning end to the cheapest. This is wrong. As long as destroying climate is cheap, you are the winner if you destroy climate. This is the reality for much of the global competition situation. So you have to change the competition law so that those who help humanity and nature surviving the climate crisis, the winners and not the losers. This is not yet done. And then a very different thing is also probably relevant for your discussion is the following. In Germany and some other countries, the climate friends say we must overcome the stupid technology of internal combustion cars. This is mad. On this earth, we have 1 billion internal combustion cars. And it would be very optimistic to believe that more than half of those, of the owners of those cars, will be prepared to scrap their car and instead buying a German-made electric car. This is nonsense. I would say 90% of the owners of these cars will keep it. So what we need to help climate is the climate-neutral internal combustion engine. Unless we do that, we are losing the war. That, however, means a technically different way of making use of hydrogen. Hydrogen as a fuel for cars is a bit problematic. I mean, it's explosive, it's not easy to handle, etc. But if you use hydrogen to capture CO2, you get what chemists call methanol. So, with carbon dioxide captured by hydrogen, you can replace petrol by methanol, by green methanol. And if you do that, you may be winning the war about mobility. So far, the philosophy in most countries is wrong. So, those are two remarks being a bit outside the investors' discussion we had, but will be necessary in terms of the Green New Deal of the European Union and many other things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Пане Олександре, щоб продовжити тему...
So, Alexander, to continue the topic of financial stimuli, how the MHP was influenced by financial institutions in terms of changing the sustainability, that the company selected the new route, or was it new old route, how financial market impacted that? Well, I can tell you that we have a very positive dialogue with financial institutions. You know that MHP is a public company, the securities of which are traded on the London Stock Exchange, and their rating, unfortunately, to my opinion, lower than the rating of our country. In securities, it had to be vice versa. Then we would have attracted much more money. We have quite a good dialogue. We understand that financial resources are in a green zone. The more green we are, the more our philosophy is green, the better access to cheap capital for modernization. That's the way we're following. But just two remarks in continuation of what Ulrich just said. A lot has been said about green hydrogen, but my personal point of view is that, let's say, today, in today's reality, I don't believe in pure use of green hydrogen. Not only in transit, but not in direct consumption. In today's conditions, in technological situation, the way that we experiment and do some lab studies is synthesis, producing green hydrogen and carbon dioxide. It's producing synthetic biomethane. That is a pure analogy of natural gas, and all of our energy and gas infrastructure, with no modernization, including the transit potential, will be able to use by using this technology, and we're moving in that direction. Another remark for the colleague who said about the impulse breakthrough in terms of renewable energy. Yes, it's right, but it's only a partial thing, because that's the impulse that was only about solar technology, solar installation. We didn't have the same impulse on wind generation. We didn't have the same impulse on hydropower stations, small hydropower stations. We didn't have the same development in biogas, biomethane, bioenergy technologies. We haven't achieved what we had to achieve. And that catastrophic push towards solar energy led to this disbalance on the energy market of Ukraine. And second thing, that you did ask a question about regulation, right? How the state should regulate. And the state, well, there was a law that was passed into action to launch energy storage technologies. And then we could develop this as a renewable energy much better and much easier in terms of balancing. The state had to go through several auctions to install solar and wind and bioenergy projects. Then we would go through at least one auction for, over the last 2 years. And we would clearly understand what's the real cost of solar and wind energy, and nobody would say that green tariff is something expensive. Maybe it's expensive, then we would have had the realistic prices on the market. So the whole set of questions are all about regulation of the country in green transition and access to green money. Thank you, Alexander. So that's the question we go to Kirillot with. What do you believe? What can Ukrainian government do to help companies to keep their course onto green economy, to stimulate Ukrainian banks and develop green economy? As we've said, well, predictability. We have the 10 years economic strategy, budget declaration for some years, 3 years ahead. This is also for the first time in our independent country. We basically, after the work we've done by all 3 branches of power to form the new governmental program, we have the unified plan of governmental action and infrastructure to support this plan. But then we need really to grow some muscles in understanding green transformation. And the businesses as well, they shouldn't stand aside because it's the new thing for the world. You see these jumps on the gas market because they went too much into green transformation, from coal to blue fuel. So the world learns to do that, and Ukraine has to do that. We have to support business associations, analytical centers, think tanks, in the government, in the ministries. It's new knowledge. It's not so much capacity to do analytical studies of these issues. But by giving this clarity, by giving this understanding of regulation, understanding of climate and finance, that's where the government can really strengthen that green transformation in the country. Second thing is that the energy resources was very highly politicized. Remember 20 years ago, 15 years ago, gas money were private cash boxes of presidents and prime ministers. Now it's different. And energy independence has to return. You have to be energy independent. And the people have to feel that really we are dependent in energy. We have to work in that direction. And thirdly, it's basically understanding that green transformation has to be like the build construction in every courtyard, in every street. Energy efficiency, energy investments, capital investment, transformation of regions. So they're working on stock market, pension reform, liberalization of the market. That's what we've been doing for decades. And you have to build that system. But together we'll be able to do that. Just a little praise at the start, at the finish. Yeah, green transformation, big construction is only possible where you have ecosystemic solutions, where the government and businesses and profile associations come together. Only then you can talk about big goals, realistic goals, not the goals that are only declared on paper. So thank you. Thanks, everybody. We wrap this panel discussion right now. Hopefully it was exciting and informative for our listeners and viewers. Let's make our country a better one.